We don't have.
Oh, that's
one that we
different.
don't control.
Okay.
Yeah, I did ask him, and it was too complicated for him to use.
Okay, that's on though, Mary, at least. So we got the Great Hall.
I would normally.
Is this thing on? Let's see. Hello, everyone. Oh, it really was on. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this symposium named Problems, Provocations, and Possibilities in Educational Development. My name is not Gabriella Pleshova. It's Jeanette Sjöberg, and I'm from Halmstad University, Sweden. I'm going to share this symposium today. And I'm very happy to welcome Celia Popovic from York University, Canada, Anna Santucci from University of Virginia, USA, originally from Italy, Åse Nygren from Blekinge Institute of Technology and Malmö University, Sweden, Donna Ellis from University of Waterloo, Canada, who will be presenting here today, and also Mary Wilson from Wilfrid Lautier, Canada, who will be the discussant afterwards. So a warm round of applause for this brilliant symposium here today. And I give the word to you, Celia.
Thank you, thank you, Hannah. Could we have the slides up, please? Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm Celia Popovic, and delighted to be here and to be with my colleagues. It's the first time we've all met each other, well, earlier this week, obviously, in person. So I'll dive straight in. So I'm going to share with you some work that I've been doing at my university to do with proposing a formal credential for educational developers. I would ask, by the way, that if you have questions, and I hope you do, that you hold those until the end of the, all of the panel have spoken, but we'll be very happy to take questions then. Thank you. So, after that awful question, when people say, so what do you do? You know, when you're in the taxi or your mother-in-law or, you know, whoever it is, and you try to figure out how you explain how you, when you try to explain what your job is, next might be the question, so how did you get into that? And this is a question that's interested me for many years, because I have absolutely no idea how I ended up here. I'm just glad that I did. But anyway, in thinking about this over several years, as I say, I've become increasingly aware of the many varied routes that we all take, and at risk of a cliche, you know, the journey that we've taken. I'm assuming we are all educational developers in saying this. So many of us have come into this after 1, 2, maybe 3 or more careers. Some of us might have come directly from a BA and then a master's and then a PhD in education. But whatever the route, whether it was direct or indirect, the paths differ and are very much dependent on chance, context, opportunity. But there isn't a set path, and there certainly isn't a set route of formal qualifications. They just aren't any. So even those of us that have degrees in education, usually those education degrees are more generalist and don't focus on educational development. So this is the starting point, if you like. So in terms of the courses that are available, as I say, there are formal bachelor's, master's and doctorates in various disciplines, including in education, and I know many people have doctorates in their initial discipline and then have gone on and had taken masters or even second doctorates in education. But again, there isn't a doctorate in educational development, as far as I'm aware. There are other courses that are offered by professional organisations, such as CEDA, POD, EDC in Canada, as was in Canada, and others across the world. And though those are extremely valuable, and I certainly benefited massively from taking a new developers institute from POD, and also courses with CEDA. Again, they're not accredited by institutions as such, so there's an issue around their currency, if you like. Other areas where we get professional development include piggybacking on other organisations like instructional design or student advising, and then other specialist areas such as universal design for learning or courses in artificial intelligence or whatever it might be. And then, of course, there's the massive support that we all get from conferences, particularly like this one, other meetings, and then the wider educational development community. But given the multifarious routes and sources of support, we might want to question how we know what we know, or how we know what we need to know to do our jobs as effectively as we do. So as much as how do we know, how do we also pass that on to others? Because this can affect credibility and trust that we've been talking about over the last couple of days. So now to bring it to the work that I've been doing, and also with my colleague at the end there, Mary Wilson. Over a number of years, I've conducted a couple of surveys, and thank you all of you who have contributed to those surveys, because I know some of you in the room will have done that. And I was very interested in particular in David's keynote yesterday when you were talking about the values. There might be something we can perhaps share some data there. But the upshot of a couple of these surveys, as I say, that have been held, it's been very much a broad survey to ask people what they feel are the key knowledge, skills and values that we need to have to do our jobs effectively. I say do our jobs, to have our careers, to be the professionals that we are. And the findings from those surveys have been very interesting to me, because there's been a large consensus in the broad headlines of what we think those areas are. So that the detail of what comes under each of those headlines needs to be explored and made clear. I would share it with you, but currently Mary and I have an article summarising these findings, and it's out for review, so we can't actually share anything at the minute. But if that article gets accepted, you'll see, and if it gets rejected, I'm happy to send you the information anyway. It's not that mind-blowing, and you could probably come up with it yourselves. But nonetheless, it's quite interesting to see that there's sort of 10 to 20 categories in each of those three areas where there's common consensus rather. Okay, so coming down to the more nitty-gritty of what I've been doing. In 2018, I stopped being director of the Teaching Commons at York University in Canada, and it was that job that took me to Canada. And I'd been in that role for a number of years. But my term came to an end, and I moved into the Faculty of Education as an associate professor at the time. And I thought, oh gosh, right, what am I going to teach then? Because I know nothing about K-12, so it's a bit of a shock to my faculty, who now had me as this cuckoo in the nest had appeared. But fortunately, it turned out at York that we do have a BA in Educational Studies and also graduate programmes. So with that in mind, I proposed an undergraduate certificate in educational development, which now sits within the BA Educational Studies. So these are undergraduate students who, in the main, about 75% of them are expecting to become teachers at some point in the future. About 25% of them are interested in education, but not really sure what that will lead to. So now we have about 100 students a year coming out of York University with the knowledge that there is this role called educational development. So if any of them end up being taxi drivers, at least they'll know when I say what I do. Anyway, I'm sure they'll do other things as well. But the certificate, as I say, is embedded within the BA. So the students take 3 courses, and in terms of nomenclature, by course, that's a term, a 12-week unit of work. They complete these 3 courses and also have to meet certain requirements for the BA. But as long as they do that, they end up with a certificate as well as their degree. I make it very, very clear to all of them that this doesn't mean you're now going to be an educational developer. This is merely an introduction to the field. But it has been interesting to see the reaction of the students and their engagement. And the courses are extremely popular. And it is nothing to do with the fact that it's entirely online, and these are the only online courses available. That's not why they're full, I'm sure. But anyway, so that's where I started. Now, initially, the idea was to offer this as a standalone qualification, but in discussions with various groups, it just didn't seem viable to me that people would want an undergraduate qualification on top of their many other qualifications. So to date, we haven't offered it as standalone, but that could happen in the future. So where we are now, and how am I doing for time? So where we are now is there's a proposal going through the very, very slow process of approving programmes for a diploma and masters in educational development. The diploma is nested completely within the masters, and the whole thing is offered fully online, or will be. So the diploma is comprised of 4 graduate courses, so this is different from the undergraduate certificate. And the 4 courses can be taken in one academic year or could be spread over a longer period of time. These are the 4 subjects or broad course titles that we've landed on. And the notion has been that the diploma is the entry, if you like, the entry point. So clearly we've got an introduction to the field, and then focusing perhaps more than we would have done if we were looking at this, say, 10 or 15 years ago, on educational technology and teaching online. The assessment in education and the curriculum design, evaluation, quality assurance and quality enhancement, all 4 of them, well, particularly the last 3, are a combination of the theory and practice, but also, the theory behind those areas of how people learn and what we know, but with specific educational development perspective. So it's a combination of theory and practice. The intention is that people would be taking this because they were already in the field. Doesn't have to be the case, but largely we're considering this as something that people would take once they're in the field, so that there's a connection between the studying and experiential work. The courses are all designed so that the final assessment contributes to a portfolio, and at the end the students produce a portfolio that sums up their experience over all 4 of those courses. I'll talk about that a little bit more shortly. The Masters is comprised of the 4 diploma courses plus these additional areas. So you can read as well as I can, but just to reiterate. So again, general topics such as change management, but again through the perspective of the work of educational developers. So it's not just what is change management, what are the theories of change management, but what does this look like from a teaching support centre? What does this look like from an individual developer working embedded in a faculty or working with senior management team? Similarly with scholarship of teaching and learning, not just what is it and how do we know, what do we know about the field, but how do we support others to engage in this? I said I'd say a little bit more about the portfolio. The choice of the portfolio is deliberate for a number of reasons. One is that I'm very committed to authentic assessment. So if I'm asking students to spend time creating something, I want it to be something that is of use, ideally, and has direct relevance to their work. So with the prevalence or the popularity of portfolios as a way of demonstrating our careers, it seemed like a natural choice. But it's also because an awareness of accountability, challenges of artificial intelligence, for one thing, and requiring the use of a portfolio is not going to mitigate the use of AI, but it goes a long way, I think, towards ensuring a bit of authenticity. Okay, and just finally, my last second or so. Yes, there are challenges, and there are ongoing challenges. So the major one being that it's not just taxi drivers that have to explain what educational development is, it's also my colleagues in my faculty, because I am the only educational developer or person with that background. And so in talking to colleagues and suggesting why I'm proposing this as an area that we may want to pursue has not been without lengthy conversations that are still ongoing. Proposing a programme like this is vulnerable to changes in priorities, and we've had many changes in the 2 years that I've been working on this so far. Not least, my dean sees this as an income generator, principally, so that's one issue that I'm still working through. And I'll just finish by saying that the original plan was to roll this out for this coming fall, but that's not going to happen. I'm still hopeful for fall 27. Anyway, I'll finish there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Celia. And now we welcome Anna Soltici here. And please hold your questions until all presenters have presented.
Thank you very much. Yes, I've decided to
come up here. Can you hear me okay? The lovely computer here has the notes. All right, let's start the timer there. So we were talking about order, and we thought I should go right after Celia because I'm actually addressing directly some of the points that she was making. So I'm also very passionate about how do we get to do what we do, and that conversation I'm sure feels familiar to many of us when you get asked what you do. So I see all the points that Celia has just made, and since this is a symposium and we're supposed to offer different perspectives, I guess I'm offering some counterpoints or some provocations to go with the title of our session here, because I feel like I have a lot of questions about what it would look like to be in our field if the moment I hear the word required credentials, basically there's a lot of anxiety that comes up for me. And so I want to ask you all those questions during the time that we have for the conversation so you can help with my anxieties. So I think most of us would agree that we're not a discipline, and I won't go into too much detail there, but it was helpful for me to think about the difference between a field and a profession, and the work of Celia and Mary and others really helped me figure that out, but it's still quite complex. We are part of a profession that people find in all sorts of ways and come to with all sorts of different backgrounds. And that variety and diversity, I find, has important value as well. So the moment that I think we would have a qualification, then the next question becomes, as Celia has tried to spell out for us, what would be that curriculum? What would be those core essential, non-negotiable elements that would have to go into such a qualification? Because I guess we would all agree that when any teacher that teaches anything goes, well, I don't quite know how to define it, or I don't have a rubric for it, but I know it when I see it. Well, that doesn't feel great, right? We should be able to articulate what it is that we do. So I've offered a couple of definitions here. There are many others we can draw from. This is the working definition of academic development from the International Journal of Academic Development, which is the journal of ICED. The PON network in the United States, which has been my main professional organization and how I learned how to do what we do, also spells out some, I guess, subgroups or areas in terms of supporting the professional development of individuals, whether they are already academics or whether they are academics in becoming, supporting instructional design and curriculum and so on and so forth, and the needs of the organization to function as a teaching and learning oriented institution. So what are those fundamental traits, if there are any, that we would call, necessary, non-negotiable in terms of competencies is the word that POD is currently using. POD has a professional development committee, which is responsible for offering any activity that relates to the development of developers. Celia mentioned the Institute for New Educational Developers. That's one of those programs. So in that committee, we think a lot about, okay, how do we actually, what's the curriculum guiding these types of experiences? And from there came the very recently developed list of competencies that I'll share with you in a moment, which is, as everything in our field, also debated in and of itself, of course. So, the journey. I would encourage you to think for a moment about your origin story as a developer. How did you first discover that this even existed, that this was a field, that this was a profession, that this was a possibility for humans in the world to act? And when did you start considering yourself a developer? If you consider yourself a developer, I'm not going to identify for you. So give it a moment. And I'm going to ask you to raise hands based on a couple different options in a second. So as you situate yourself in your story there, what comes to mind if I told you you had to choose one what would you say has been so far your most meaningful formative experience in learning how to be a developer and doing what we do? I know one is really hard. It's okay. You can think up to 3. But, you know, stay with the really, really, really important ones, without which you wouldn't be who you are professionally. Okay, if you would indulge me with a tiny bit of interaction by raising your hand. Do you have your at least one most important in mind? Yeah? Hello? Okay. Who thought of something that is an actual formal post-secondary education degree? Thank you, David. Who thought about a professional association? Possibly one of the ICED members. Okay, I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a few hands up. 6, 7, awesome. Other types of maybe less formal credentials? 1. All right, I'm really curious now what most people in the room are thinking. What about people? There you go. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Oh, because people online might not see. There's 15, 20 hands up in the room. So, all right. What else? Oh, yes, doing the job. There we go. This is the highest hands we're seeing. 20, 25, 30. I'm not going to count, but it is definitely the highest. Which makes sense, right? As Celia was saying, there's an experiential component that is essentially what we do. Anything else that is not on this list that came up for you? And we should, I don't know, do we have the running mics? Yeah. What? Sorry? Yes, teaching others. Wow, I love it. Thank you. Yes, having participated in the educational development programs. From colleagues that maybe might fall under mentors, but not necessarily. Love it. Lived experiences, which is so rich. Just for the sake of time, we'll keep the rest of the conversation for when we get to our conversation. But so personally, when I think about my story, I was born in Italy, and I've worked in the United States as well as Ireland. So one of the things that I could really see a qualification or a credential being important for is mobility. Our work is incredibly contextual. So what does it mean to actually be able to bring it with you to another context? I can tell you, as someone who has formal qualifications in foreign languages and in literature and in applied arts, it's a heck of a lot of fun to try and explain to an immigration officer why I should have a work visa to be an academic developer in the United States. It's been a joy. So that would definitely be something that the world recognizes as something that exists, and that really matters. Just for the sake of time, I think we're not going to, thank you to my friend in the booth, we're not going to go at the link. We can stay with the slides. Thank you so much. So what are those affordances? What are the challenges in terms of where we are now, the current state of our field in terms of a profession, and what would we stand to gain or lose in becoming a bit more formalized, formalizing designated educational pathways for developers further. And I should say, of course, in each of our different national countries, there is more or less of an expectation or an availability of formal pathways there. So I'll share with you a bit of, a few thoughts about where my anxieties are coming from. And maybe you can help me, integrate and find a solution here, or something that feels that is holding the tensions in a productive way. What types of credibility do we need? And there's lovely work of colleagues that have helped us think through this. Looking towards the future, does this still work? Do we want to still lean into those types of credibility sources? What do we need? What are we going to choose in terms of our credibility? So credentials are definitely a part of this lovely credibility framework, but it's one of many components. And if we think about the aspect of trustworthiness, benevolence, right? What are we trying to work towards? I think about the work of other colleagues that are really reminding us to remember to ask ourselves the question, are we liberating teachers or are we part of the machine oppressing them? Martenson and Tony Roxa have done wonderful work on this. So to the extent that we can, right, how does that fit into something that would be a formal qualification? One of my anxieties is around identification, and that the further we push our professionalization into credentials and formal pathways, the more we might lose some of that connection with our colleagues that come from diverse disciplines and that relate to us in terms of our diverse but diversely disciplinarily grounded understanding of academic culture, academic mindsets, academic activities. And these things are articulated in one developer's body, but because we come from different backgrounds, they are also articulated at large in the field. So if we had a bit of a narrower, let's say, channel of entrance, would we lose something in terms of that diversity? So I do find that there's something inspiring about that future in which a child could be dreaming. Right, and that's something that I wouldn't say that that's really possible, right? If this is not on the radar until we become much more narrow into our expertise, wanting to grow up and being an academic developer might be the direction that we go towards if we have more of a widespread presence of credentials and qualifications for what we do. But can we do that? And it does have incredible importance in terms of access, I think, transparent access to the field and being recognized. What will that do to our disciplined boundaries? What will that do to the plurality of our field, our interdisciplinarity, the ability to span across silos with intellectual dexterity? And a lot of work of our colleagues has helped us remember the importance of that. I was supposed to put there like a beautiful image of a hub, but late last night when I was doing the slides, I forgot to put it there. But there are so many metaphors in our work that are about building bridges, bringing people together across diversity. Would that in any way be endangered? So when I think about that and how we're going to resist, really the best articulation I have seen so far that has helped me name that anxiety in terms of missing plurality is the work of Felten and Gersema, who are drawing from Said's idea of the professionalization of the intellectual and what are the dangers of that narrow professionalization. They are talking about the scholarship of teaching and learning, but I think the translation to what this will mean for developers might work, and is actually, I find it quite helpful. So the dangers that Said names and they draw from are about narrow specialization, which means getting, for example, jargon that can be exclusionary, can mystify, can actually make things less accessible. Certification of expertise that we know will always be controlled and co-opted by power, and so people in position of privilege would then establish criteria, standards to police. So this is a conversation that in the POD network, for example, when we think about the competencies framework, we try to be really mindful of that. Who will then get to determine how these things get required or not, et cetera. And is there a risk of intellectual conformity, that we're going to squeeze out the curiosity, creativity that comes from the multiplicity of our backgrounds in the field? So how do we resist? Said says that it's not about just ignoring the risk of the modern professionalization, but actually leaning into alternate commitments and obligations that he calls amateurism. And thanks to David yesterday, right, for reminding us that responsibility is what drives us towards agency and action and is grounded in our values. So commitments, obligations, responsibility, and this idea of amatorial practice is something I'm really drawn to. The title that Peter and Johan chose in the piece in which they use Said to talk about the scholarship of teaching and learning mentions the heart of subtle. The root of the word amateur is amare, it's love. So I'm suggesting that there's a responsibility that is moving us. It's an agency fueled by the responsibility to love. And I'm not quite sure whether a credential can ever fully teach us that, or that it would risk being contained in certain ways. Even if we name values, right? The framework that Celia proposed, the POD network list of competencies does name a set of values as well. But is that truly something that we can channel in that formalized way? So back to our origin stories. I often say that when I was a graduate student, I discovered our Center for Teaching and Learning, and I fell head over heels in love with the work that we do. So what made you fall in love? Would you have fallen in love with that level of passion if it had been through a required credential? And I think a lot of us have a lot of anxiety around what education that is about credentialing does in terms of the more liberatory or emancipatory goals of educational experiences. So what does that future look like? How will the future of our profession keep that passion burning? There are many colleagues that use the language of love, especially in difficult times. Katie Kearns is one of our colleagues in the POD network. She maintains a blog in which, at a particular moment in the United States, which David gave us all some context about, felt compelled to write a love letter to her fellow educational developers to remind ourselves to put fortitude, hope, courage into our collective pot, and what we are capable to do because we love each other, and we try to act out of responsibility to love. So if I was asked, there was an issue to improve the academy, which is the journal of the POD network, in which people were asked, if you had to choose one driving principle in your work, what would that be? And Isis Arce Vega chose love. I would agree with her. The utility of that perspective for our profession stems from its significance to learning and justice. So she talks about the timeliness and urgency of elevating the role of love in our field. And as Cornel West says, justice is what love looks like in public. So that's it from me. You have the list of references. I think there's going to be a way to share the slides, so if you want to read more into any of those, you'll have those there. Looking forward to the conversation. Please help me with all those questions I have.
Thank you, Anna. Our next presenter is Åse Nygren.
Okay. Thank you very much, Celia and Anna. So in this presentation, when we are talking about problems and provocations and possibilities in educational development or academic development, we ask different questions. We ask the questions of why we're here, what are we doing? Sorry, I can't even move without losing the microphone. And how do we pass it on to others? My central question, what I want to talk to you about, my 15 minutes, is something that I think many of us feel, but we don't always name directly, which is the gap between the kind of teaching we believe in and the institutional forces that push us in other directions. I'm going to try to be a bit provocative, but also I want you to see some possibilities here. So this presentation offers a framework of sorts for academic developers, but really it's an invitation to think together about what we can actually do. Okay, so let me start with the context most of us are working in, neoliberal pressures. I think we can all recognize at least some parts of this. Accountability metrics, outcomes-based learning, vocational priorities, they have become the very water we swim in. And alongside of these, to complicate matters, rapid digitalization has added another layer, of course, right? Platform-driven pedagogy, efficiency imperatives, very shifting roles for both teachers and academic developers. And my argument here is not that these forces are simply bad, but that they create real tensions for those of us committed to transformative teaching. And as academic developers, we sit at exactly that fault line. So the assumption here that I'm proposing is that transformative teaching is a kind of key value for academic development. So what's at stake? What's actually at risk here? Okay, 3 things that I find worth mentioning or naming clearly. First, teaching culture. The very space for curiosity, critique, and co-creation that market logics tend to crowd out. Second, learner autonomy. When outcomes are over-prescribed, there's very little room for unexpected or self-directed learning. And third, our own agency as developers. There's a real danger of us becoming compliance officers, enforcers of quality frameworks, rather than the transformative agents I think many of us set out to be. So, in response to these pressures, I want to propose a framework, or at least some central issues that we can work with, built on 3 interconnected pillars. These are critical inquiry, interdisciplinary connections, and professional growth and agency. And these are not sequential steps. They simply work together as a counterbalance to market-driven logics. And I'll take you through each of them. So pillar number 1, critical inquiry. In practice, this means facilitating conversations as academic developers in our professions, in our everyday work, that surface the assumptions that we've stopped questioning, like what good teaching actually means when everything is measured by outcomes. Some concrete ways to do this could be reading circles around critical higher education scholarship, peer observation through structured dialogue rather than evaluation, and action research embedded in regular development programs. Just a few suggestions. This could be further explored, of course, by all of you personally, what critical inquiry can mean. However we choose to work with it or define it, the key insight here is that critical inquiry reclaims something outside frameworks, outcomes frameworks can't capture, which I feel is extremely important, a key value of higher education, the unexpected learning, the questions that arise sideways. Pillars 2 and 3, connections and growth. Okay, so the second pillar is about making connections, drawing on global academic development research base, bringing subtle complexity science, sociocultural theory, not as abstract concepts, but as practical tools for workshop design in our everyday work. And also crossing silos, connecting STEM, connecting the humanities, health sciences, staff who perhaps rarely speak to each other. And the third pillar, professional growth and agency, is perhaps the most personal one. It's about framing what we do as long-term scholarly identity formation. And I think this is really, really important, and I want to stress it. Not just skill transfer. Supporting developers to act as public intellectuals, not just trainers. And this really ties back to what David was talking about, but in the keynote yesterday. Okay. How do we navigate the tensions then? Because none of this happens in a vacuum. We work within constrained systems, and that's precisely why I want to spend a moment on how to navigate them. And I suggest 4 practical approaches. First, as academic developers, work with the structures rather than against them. Quality frameworks and outcomes vocabulary can be inhabited differently, used as entry points of critical dialogue. Second, create protected spaces, formal time in programs for open-ended exploration, free from assessment logic. Third, build coalitions. I know you're really good at that. Find the allies already among the staff, leadership, and student unions. And fourth, very important, I think sometimes we tend to forget, except perhaps in research, document and narrate. Make visible the learning that metrics miss. Stories and case studies are evidence too. Okay, because no two institutions face these tensions in the same way, we have to acknowledge that we work in very different environments, all of us. Different universities, different countries, different universities, different departments. And I think the framework, because of that, includes 3 diagnostic questions that we need to start with. Where is the pressure concentrated in your setting, in your context? Is it metrics, digitalization mandates, workforce alignment? Where also are the existing pockets of resistance? Who is already quietly pushing back? And how can we connect them? And what forms of legitimacy do we ourselves hold? Positional, relational, scholarly? Because knowing what shapes, what strategies are always available to us. So what I'm describing adds up to a vision of what academic developers can actually be. We can be scholars of teaching, grounding our work in research, not just best practice checklists. We can be critical friends, holding up a mirror to institutions without losing the influence that comes from being inside them. We can be conveners of dialogue, creating the conditions for honest conversation about what teaching is actually for. And finally, we can be agents of complexity, embracing the messiness of learning rather than reducing it to outputs. So, I want to close with an honest acknowledgement. The forces reshaping higher education are real and they're not going away. There are, of course, different types of challenges and provocation outside of what we are bringing up today, but these are some of them, and the new political pressures are certainly very strong. I don't think we are passive recipients of these pressures. Academic developers are among the few professionals whose explicit role is to shape the conditions for teaching and learning, and that's a very significant position to occupy. I'll leave with that.
Thank you, Åsa. The final presenter is Donna Ellis.
Could we have the next set of slides up, please? Thank you. All right, I'm going to take this in a slightly different direction. This is what provocations and whatnot is all about, correct? And so, reflecting back on David's keynote yesterday, we are in a polycrisis situation. I truly believe that. There's a lot going on. And, I agree with all the things that you said, and more, right? There's so much going on. It can be so overwhelming, and there's lots of competencies and things, and I agree, there's a lot of knowledge and skills and attitudes and values we need to embrace. And we also need to think internally. And so that's where I'm going to go today. Can I have the slide changer? Thank you. All right, so we don't really know exactly what our work is going to be in the future, I would say, and so how can we prepare ourselves to navigate for that? So here's what I'm going to talk about. My argument is that we need to explicitly adopt what I'm calling a wicked opportunities mindset to help navigate the uncertain context and big questions that we're facing right now. And by mindset, I mean these are mental constructs. So they live in our heads, right? They're changeable. They help us organize and encode information. They help us to understand experiences. They guide us towards actions. And they frame how we see the world around us. So overall, those mindsets heavily influence what we choose to see and how we choose to act. And they're typically very hidden, but they're very, very powerful. So it's helpful, I think, for us to examine a mindset that both fits with our current approaches to educational development and can help us consider future approaches to our work that are somewhat familiar, but might also feel a little bit different. So let's explore this. So the wicked opportunities mindset that I'm going to describe next can, I believe, provide that roadmap for opening our thinking, especially when we put all three parts of it together. The wicked problems mindset, an infinite mindset, and possibilities thinking. So we'll walk through all of those. But I'm going to start first by briefly explaining the 6 views that comprise the wicked opportunities mindset. 3 come from the wicked problems mindset, and 3 come from the infinite mindset. And they stem from others' existing work, which I have in some cases adopted as is, and in other cases adapted. And I created and tested these views based on deductive and inductive analyses of the 24 vignettes from the 2022 ICED special issue on educational developer stories. And if you haven't read that one, I encourage you to. It's fantastic. Those stories focused on how we approach our educational development work. And each story identified approaches that fit with one or sometimes more view, but no story mentioned all 6 of these views. And I did that work initially for my ICED keynote talk in 2024, where I focused on ways to future-proof ourselves as educational developers. And my argument there was that we needed to adopt a range of practices to cover off all 6 views because they hold promise to position us well for an uncertain future. So we'll set aside the possibilities thinking for just right now, and we're going to focus on the core components of the model, which are the 6 views. So the first one is the wicked problems mindset that has 3 views. And these come from Randy Bass's work on the wicked problems mindset, from a couple articles from To Improve the Academy, which is the Pod Network's journal. And he argues that educational developers, as change makers, should adopt these views to help address the complex wicked problems facing higher education. He wrote his article in 2022, but things are still even messier, I think, than they were then. So on the slide, I have summarized some approaches we can take to enact each of the views, and I'm just going to give a few examples orally to further illustrate them. So with the long view, when you adopt that, that's a situation where you're thinking our work is going to take a long time, right? And so we want to be intentional when choosing short-term activities that will help us work towards that longer-term goal. So in the case of my center, student-centered learning, that's what we're trying to get people to accomplish. And so everything we do works towards that. And so we work for that alignment. With the wide view, here we want to engage broadly with our teaching and learning community members, and we've heard some of that discussion already, the importance of that community there, to work on tough issues like, for example, making our courses and programs more accessible for students with disabilities. When we engaged in that multi-year project at my institution, it involved faculty members from all 6 faculties, students, undergrad and graduate, and staff from multiple units, the Teaching Center, Accessibility Services, online learning, the registrar's office, quality assurance, EDI, the equity, diversity, and inclusion, and the library. So there were a lot of players involved, and that was an example of taking the wide view. With the critical view, this is where we're doing things like challenging systems that we've heard about some already, and encouraging reflection. And so my teaching center was recently merged with 2 other teaching-related units, the one that does fully online course development and an innovation incubator. And we are constantly being directed by senior administration to align our work with institutional priorities. And yet, we don't have a teaching and learning strategy for our institution, so we gently encourage our senior administrators to engage in some much-needed reflection and planning to make that clearer for us. All right, that's that one. Now we're going to look at the infinite mindset. So the second set of views stems from Simon Sinek's work on the infinite mindset. And his work, it's not focused on educational development at all. It's much broader. But he does identify education as what he calls an infinite game that has no end. And I think that's very true. He indicates that when we adopt an infinite mindset, we work towards a future-oriented, optimistic, just cause. We seek partnerships and relationships with those who share our cause, and we seek to leave our causes in better shape than when we found them as stewards. So in my reading of the ICED vignettes, some approaches didn't fit with Bass's views, but they did fit with Sinek's. And so doing some inductive analyses, I identified themes consistent with Sinek's work, and I gave them those labels as views. So if you read Simon Sinek's work, you're not going to see those views in there. That's me connecting it to educational development, okay? So again, I've got examples on the slide. I'll just give a few illustrations orally. So the first view is relational. And I'm so excited that Anna is part of this panel because Anna's work so much embraces that. She talked about love, like that was perfect. But also, from the special issue, she illustrated the view by saying, what we do is about people, authentic relationships, and dialogue. And that, to me, encapsulates what this relational view is all about. It's core to our work as educational developers, although I would say, certainly at my institution, not universally accepted, valued, or even understood by senior administration. But we do our work in that way because we know it's effective. We know it works. All right, and then the next one is the flexible view. And with this, this is where an example would be engaging in continuous improvement in our teaching centers by recalibrating or even improvising programs and services based on what our client groups need. And certainly, AI has turned a lot of things upside down in our units, and so this would be an example of how we're responding to that and using a flexible view. And then with the optimistic view, here another example, embracing that our work is a collective responsibility. It's not all on each of us as individuals. It's a collective responsibility that we all contribute to over time, knowing it's never done. But what does our work need to be in the future? And these 6 views fit with what we have been doing, but how well will they help to guide our future actions? And I believe that our work is in transition. And while the views will continue to provide useful guidance, some adjustments may help by adding the third component of the Wicked Opportunities mindset on that first visual, which is possibilities thinking. So I'm going to spend a few minutes now positing some future-oriented approaches that we could adopt in our work to enact elements of possibilities thinking for each of the 6 views. And I'll give a general overview, and then I'll work an example based on my own experiences with my units merger. So here's what it could look like when we overlay possibilities thinking. Right, so with the long view, we're giving up that hunt for root causes, and we're working sometimes at the periphery. So in my situation, we wanted to renovate some classrooms to make more active learning or flexible classroom spaces, got a ton of resistance until we decided, let's go after the classrooms nobody likes to teach in. And it's worked beautifully. They're renovated, and now people do want to teach in them. And so that's another way to kind of shift things around. With the wide view, this is where we engage a very broad range of wave makers, thinking at a more ecosystem sort of level, and get perspectives from those who might frustrate us or maybe are outside of our comfort zone to deal with. In my situation, the example I give in learning and thinking about how to help people with AI, I have also reached out to teachers in our local school boards, talked to people in industry, so outside of our institution, in order to get some different perspectives. With the critical view, this is where we're looking for complexities in our systems and be really open to, upending the status quo and asking some different questions. So an example would be decolonization. In Canada, there's a lot of work happening in that area. It's a very challenging priority because a lot of us don't even see the colonial systems that we are sitting within. So some different questions might help to open up our thinking. So, things like, what did I expect not to find in this situation? What might I be discounting? What if I shift one core assumption? What might that open up for me? And moving on to the relational view, here's, again, it's working with people, it's curiosity, it's recognizing our limitations and thinking that sharing those might not feel professional, but it's really needed for really deep trust, I believe. With the flexible view, again, seeing beyond current practices and thinking about a portfolio of initiatives. And that they don't all have to be working towards the exact same end product, but they have to be on the same path. They have to be aligned. So we're doing that with AI usage. We have what I call a scattershot approach, many things happening, but they're all in the same general path. And then finally, with the optimistic view, we want to do things differently for the long-term health of higher education. And given financial constraints, we have many of those at many institutions, mergers are happening, and that requires a lot of rethinking. And I'm going to flesh out again just a further example of this by talking about my unit's merger. So in this case, the online course production unit has subsumed the teaching center and the teaching innovation incubator. And I don't even know if it's still a center for teaching and learning. Right? They are very, very focused on online course development. We still have a small group called Curriculum and Pedagogy. Does that make us a teaching center? I don't know. There are tensions, certainly. You can imagine. There's a production focus and language being used around efficiency, productivity, revenue generation by the bulk of my colleagues in this new unit versus my focus on investing and developing people. We have some incompatible approaches with merging instructional designers and ed developers. And we have a much larger unit, but because of the structure, fewer voices at the table. So I'm the first to admit it's hard to let go of the past. And so I've had to dig deep and think, how is this wicked opportunities mindset going to help me accept this merger that was beyond my control, navigate ongoing questions and challenges, and find some generative ways to move forward? So this is my final slide that it helps to illustrate what I've been thinking about in relation to that. So with the long view, working towards helping to shape a mandate for this new unit that gives us an agreed-upon path forward. With the wide view, we're working on seeking perspectives on the new unit, including and especially people who were naysayers, who didn't deal with any of our units. What would help to engage them? It's a fresh start, and it opens a new conversation. With the critical view, I'm pushing internally to upend some current processes and services, especially given AI. How can we embrace that to change and make things different? With the relational view, been working really hard to seek to understand others' practices in this new unit. With the flexible view, recognizing that as one unit, we can actually do more things and provide more comprehensive service. And I had a colleague from Denmark explaining how that's worked in their situation, and that gave me some hope. And with the optimistic view, I'm working really hard to be forward-facing and focusing on what could be with this new unit as opposed to what was. And at the same time, trying to really keep educational development alive in my new unit by being a steward of it. And that gives me some hope. So with the Wicked Opportunities mindset, I think it's helping me find direction and to reimagine my purpose as an ed developer in an unfamiliar landscape. There's some references.
Thank you, Donna. I'll leave the word to you, Mary.
Many, many thanks to Donna and Celia and Asya and Anna for really engaging and thought-provoking papers. My job as discussant, and you probably saw me furiously taking notes as the other speakers were sharing their insights with us, is to try to lift up the themes and draw forward the threads of what they have proposed to us in terms of provocations and possibilities so that we can have a really good discussion. So if you have not already thought through a question or an insight that you would like to share, I invite you to start composing one, and hopefully my attempt to integrate will help you to pull that together. And if there happen to be anybody who is joining us through live streaming, I do have my eyes on the Padlet as well, so you can certainly add your questions there. So I'm going to try to, as I said, pull forward key ideas that I heard to help you in your thinking. So reflecting on my colleagues' papers, on what we've listened to this morning, my strongest impression is that educational development occupies a productive but increasingly complex and contested space in higher education. And the central question that is ringing in my mind is not whether educational development matters, but rather how the field can maintain its distinctive professional identity and its transformative role while operating within increasingly neoliberal institutional environments. And I do think neoliberalism is the grand force behind the polycrisis that David spoke about in our opening keynote. Celia and I were laughing this morning that we donned polka dots to symbolically represent the polycrisis. And I see that a number of the audience have also done so this morning, so thank you in solidarity. So how I would characterize the context that we're functioning in right now. Over recent decades, higher education has adopted stronger managerial and market-oriented logics and a much greater focus on the credentialization of human capital for the workforce. And we heard a number of our panelists speak to that this morning. Universities and colleges are now evaluated through rankings and performance indicators, student satisfaction measures, retention statistics, employability outcomes, and efficiency metrics. Those of us who have more gray hair know that it has not always been this way within the system. We have watched this rising tide over the past several decades and noted as well that our teaching centers and our educational developers are not immune to these pressures and are caught up in associated rituals. It is unavoidable for us. It is the water that we swim in. And I will say, of course, that neoliberalism has not been all bad. Not all bad for teaching centers, not all bad for teaching and learning. Some of the developments over the past decades have brought genuine benefits. Scholarly teaching and teaching quality have gained visibility. Faculty support has become more comprehensive, more systematic. Evidence-informed practice has expanded. SOTL has taken flight within many of our institutions and really engaged our faculty critically and from an evidence-based perspective in their teaching development. However, there is a growing risk with the rise of neoliberalism that educational development may become valued primarily because of the ways that we can contribute to measurable outcomes rather than to broader human purposes. I think that is the risk. Now, I don't think the challenge to educational development in this time is accountability itself. The challenge is accountability that narrows perceptions of educational value to that which can be easily measured. When this happens, we risk losing sight of the relational nature of educational development, of the intrinsic worth of each developing educator and each learning student, and the value of education as both a societal and an individual good, rather than just as an economic good. So now that I've sort of set that context more clearly, and many of the panelists did a really excellent job of this, David got us started with this as well in our understanding of it, I think it's important that we name it and we understand its effects on our daily working. So what I'm going to try to do now is characterize the provocations I heard in terms of 4 risks. And as I name these risks, I'd be really curious to know how many of them resonate with you. You recognize them. Okay, so the first risk that I heard is the risk of co-option. So the risk of educational developers being co-opted into efficiency and competition and performance logics. How many of you recognize that? Just a show of hands. Some, not all. Okay, wonderful. Okay. As we know, educational development emerged from commitments to improving teaching and fostering reflective practice and supporting academic communities. And educational developers have traditionally served as trusted, knowledgeable partners of educators who encourage scholarly and applied inquiry, experimentation, and growth. But under performance-driven systems, educational developers may be asked increasingly to implement administrative projects or to achieve institutional mandates rather than to facilitate educational reflection. And then what happens is, instead of asking ourselves what supports meaningful learning, what supports individual thriving, we ask instead what might improve a metric, what might establish a differentiator, what might demonstrate efficiency in academic programming. And in this context, educational developers risk being viewed, as was mentioned earlier, as compliance or performance coaches rather than as scholarly partners who have deep understanding of the theoretical frameworks and evidence base around post-secondary teaching. And the result, as well as the tension we all feel between serving individual educators and serving institutional aims, and the potential for undermining trust and professional autonomy. Okay, so that's the first risk. The other risk I heard was the risk of diffusion. Many educational developers, yes, continue to work with colleagues in teaching centers, but others are working alone or in small numbers housed within faculties or administrative units or broader academic affairs structures. Anna referenced this, and Donna gave us a very concrete example of how this is happening within our educational developers' experiences. And as roles become more dispersed and centers are integrated into larger organizational units, professional identity can weaken. Diffusion creates the risk of professional isolation. It also limits opportunities for knowledge sharing and collective learning. And because educational development has few formal pathways into preparation, as Celia was mentioning for us, the field depends heavily on conferences, scholarly networks, mentoring, professional associations for the preparation of practitioners. Anna had asked us about our origin stories, and I ask you, what will happen to our origin stories if diffusion and isolation become the norm in the future? When access to SAGE mentorship is limited, when participation in our communities is treated as optional rather than essential, is squeezed out by budgetary pressures, then I think the risk is that educational developers over time will become more inward-looking, more reactive, more instinctual in their practices rather than more oriented toward the great body of knowledge that we have developed collectively. Someone mentioned the power of teaching other educational developers, working alongside other educational developers. If we lose that, we, I think, have a risk that we need to manage. I think diffusion, therefore, threatens both professional solidarity and intellectual vitality within educational development. The next risk that I identified in listening to the papers was, I think, the most serious one, which is the risk of dissolution. If co-option weakens autonomy and diffusion weakens connectedness, dissolution threatens the very distinctiveness of educational development. Dissolution would occur if the foundational knowledge and expertise, the credibility that Anna spoke of educational developers is no longer recognized as a unique professional field and is scattered or absorbed within other institutional functions. What differentiates educational development is not any single activity, but the ability to connect pedagogy, organizational change, individual development, academic identity, institutional culture, educational values. And if our colleges and universities lose that integrative role, if it disappears from our campuses, teaching enhancement risks being reduced to a collection of technical tasks rather than understood as a complex and very human activity. And this is a hallmark of the neoliberalist project, is that effort, that end. The last risk that I heard is the risk of scarcity thinking. And you may recognize this as well in your conversations with colleagues, in your own mindset. Educational developers often work with very limited resources, with ever-expanding portfolios of responsibility, and as was discussed, often uncertain institutional support or understanding. And under such conditions, it's understandable that we would become focused on protecting resources, influence or our territory. And this kind of thinking, the scarcity thinking, can become self-reinforcing. It can discourage collaboration, promote competition among allied groups, and it can shift our attention toward sort of a survival instinct, toward the achievement of short-term value goals and recognition within our institutional contexts. The alternative, I think, is what Donna offered us, which is an abundance perspective. And I would argue that many of the field's greatest accomplishments, the profession's greatest accomplishments, I'm rather of the opinion that we are both a field and a profession, has emerged from abundance-oriented practices like open sharing and collaborative scholarship, peer mentoring, broad institutional partnerships. So, 4 big risks, 4 big provocations that I heard out of the papers this morning. But despite these risks and provocations, our contributors also identified several reasons for optimism this morning that I'm going to describe sort of as in the form of 4 pathways. I like sort of equality in numbers, so you got 4 provocations, 4 pathways. And I think this is where, in the theme of the conference, we can exert our agency as educational developers. The first thing that I think that we can pursue as educational developers is to strengthen professionalization and offer formal educational pathways to augment the existing development and training opportunities that exist for educational developers. As Celia says, we do need to share how we know what we know and raise awareness of the contributions of educational development. We need to share the theories and practices that inform our work. We need clearer articulation and dissemination of our knowledge base, our competencies, ethical commitments, standards of practice. And this is not about exclusivity. It is not about diminishing the interdisciplinary nature of our work, the benefit of the diversity of our members. It's about defining, developing, and ensuring that we have the capacity to hand on our knowledge to future educational developers. Right now, I'm not confident that we have that in concrete, tangible ways to the extent that we need it. The second pathway is to maintain human-centered thinking. Learning is relational, contextual, emotional, developmental. Faculty are not simply content providers. Students are not simply customers or clients. Universities and colleges are not just credentialing systems awash in AI and other alienating technologies. Educational developers do, have, and should continue to articulate within our communities the human capabilities, concerns of our institutions. We have traditionally been the voice of those cares, and we should continue to do so. Finally, 2 more things. First is to continue to build communities of practice. Local, national, and international networks like this remain essential. They are central to sustaining the field's knowledge and innovation. They are allowing us to work within the structures that Asa was talking about. Our agency is amplified by our connection to community. It is reinforced and substantiated in that way. And then finally is to adopt an abundance orientation. The field's greatest resource is not funding or organizational position, but the collective expertise and creativity and commitment and knowledge of developers. Donna referred to this very well in terms of wicked opportunities and an infinite mindset. I do think it's important for us to embrace this, understand it as professionals currently. It will help us to navigate these times. So, in summary, I think neoliberalist logics do create real risks of co-option, diffusion, dissolution, and scarcity thinking. But at the same time, these pressures are creating opportunities for us to clarify our purpose, to strengthen our professional identity, to deepen our professional connections, to articulate the love of our work and its consequence that Anna was talking about. And I think that if educational developers can combine our professional expertise, our strong networks, human-centered values, and an abundance orientation, we will continue to be stewards of human-centered teaching culture and educational quality in our colleges and universities. We will help to set the conditions for teaching and learning that exist on our campuses. So that's my sort of wrap-up summary of what I heard across those diverse papers and experiences. Now it's over to you, and we have about 10, 15 minutes to, yes, please. And Yanette's going to go out into the audience to be able to capture questions. I'm going to take a look at the Padlet, and feel free to direct your question to a specific speaker or to any and all of us. And it doesn't have to be a question. It could be a reflection, it could be an insight, it could be a complaint or a concern, whatever moves you this morning to engage in our conversation together. Anyone? We're a lot for an early morning, eh? Some dense theoretical perspectives. Please.
Hi, thank you. Good morning, and thank you, Robert Kurz from the University of Bergen. Thank you for this session. It's very inspiring and interesting. And I have a question about coalition building or collaboration. In your views, could it be, or to what extent could it be, an option to go more, to be even more maybe intentional with coalition building, also, for instance, with social movements, both within the academia, maybe also outside of the academia, to support the future and to basically build the future of educational development? Thank you. So social movements, coalition building, etc.
Excellent question. Very practical as well. How do we go about coalition building? I'd like to invite Donna and then perhaps Anna to comment on this, given their engagement with international connections.
I'll give this a shot. Okay. So, yeah, building coalitions is very critical in change management work, right? Because it helps you to build your allies. And so I guess it's trying to think really broadly about how you do that and how you can engage different people. Certainly in your own institution, like for example, in my unit, at the beginning of the pandemic, 4 units were banded together to provide campus response around teaching and learning. And we didn't do that ourselves, although it was a natural connection. Beyond that, we also recognized we needed to be connecting with all the people who were dealing more directly with the students. And so our group grew, and so it wasn't just the teaching center, the online learning center, the library, and oh gosh, I even forget the 4th one that we had. But we also included our student success office, our accessibility services area, our academic integrity office, and so trying to think about again that more sort of ecosystem level. So for a unit, that is really critical. For an individual, building your own coalition and community is also really critical, and recognizing that that takes time and effort, and getting as many contacts as you can at an event like this can really be very helpful. So maybe I'll leave it at that. Anna?
Answers, huh? I only have questions. I guess I'm thinking about the need to facilitate emergence when we're talking about coalition building in human relations, organizations, connections. I've recently been reading into complexity theory around how power is a particular element of human systems and organizations, because humans have this very keen ability to see and leverage and manipulate power. So I'm going to keep raising that tension with the over-professionalization, I think, in that coalition building. If we, whatever that means, come across as highly professionalized, it can also risk distancing us from the types of coalitions that we want to build. And I was noticing something that Donna mentioned in the relational embracing of possibilities, building trust by being vulnerable, humility, curiosity. And then you said something that was not on the slide. You said it might not feel professional. So I think there's an important tension there, and I absolutely agree that we do need to strengthen the visibility and the recognition, but how do we hold that tension? What do those pathways look like to remain in that space of learning and cultivating vulnerability and curiosity without giving in into the co-option of how we become who we become as developers? I don't know if that helps at all. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Asa or Celia, any additional comments? No? Okay, thank you. Other members of the audience?
Jeanette's getting her steps in.
Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Jan Fokker-Dijnem from the University of Groningen in the Netherlands. Yesterday we had a sort of a similar symposium on how to develop the developer, the educational developer. And what I'm still struggling with, we seem to be on the same page. It seems to be necessary, it's the right time to do something about this. But what I'm struggling with is what should be our next step. And I don't expect you to have the perfect answer, because I'm also struggling with it, but at least I'm very willing to discuss it and to think about it. So I'm also curious what comes from this room.
I think that is an excellent question, and you are pointing to the next steps that I think do need to be undertaken. And one of the things that Celia and I wrote about in a paper regarding increasing professionalization for educational developers was the notion that this should emerge from our associations, that this work should be undertaken internationally and nationally in a networked way, so that the common foundations of knowledge that define our work, our practices, our theories, our processes, our values, are emerging in a way that is representative of the broad practice of educational developers internationally. So we sort of gave a gentle nudge to our associations to undertake this work. And indeed, much of it has been begun and has been long-standing in some forms around defining the work of educational developers and the values of educational developers. And I think what we need to define a little bit more as well is some standards of practice, some ethical guidelines of practice for us. Others would like to contribute. Celia.
Yes, so, if I'm creating or proposing this master's and diploma, I'm not sure how much, how wise it is to come and share that with people if I want to keep it to myself, because I don't. I'm retiring soon. This is me looking to the future. And to be perfectly honest, I don't know that this programme will actually get off the ground. I haven't said that publicly before, but I really don't know that it will, for the reasons I've started to allude to. So, in part, my provocation to everybody is to say, there's a lot I want to say, but I'll try and limit it, is to say I think the next step is, as Mary said, to start doing this stuff. In part, I think it's treating educational development as a profession and seeing that it is a legitimate area for graduate study. It is a legitimate area, not as a train the trainer. That's not what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting that, as I say, this is an academic field that that we embody, but we haven't studied and credentialised in that sense. So I would say the next step is go and create some courses and programs and start, don't wait for other people to tell us that we are a profession. Seize it. The one thing I really want to raise is when thinking about whether it's just one thing you said, I've got to talk to you about this, I'll do it publicly and then we can move on.
And we'll continue doing this.
And that is, we work in universities supporting people who are teaching degrees, undergraduate, graduate degrees. Why on earth would we be against having an area of study that studies ourselves? Every other area has that, we don't. So, I think we have it in a nascent form, but we haven't formalised it. So that's really, and also I wanted to say that who was it? Somebody said we're not just trainers. Also, we're not just trainers. No, we're not. But we're in danger of being seen that way if we're not already seen that way by people that determine our, whether we continue to function in our universities and have the opportunities to do this work. So I think we have to seize it. So yeah, I think the next step is to start creating these programs and taking ourselves publicly as seriously as we do privately.
Thank you for closing with the word publicly, because I was thinking the same thing. I was really moved and animated by what you were saying about acting as public intellectuals. That feels very important to me as well as a next step. The critical friendship from within the institution, but also what does it mean to be public intellectuals, developers as public intellectuals. And it might be a way to expand that visibility, right, in a way that is multiple and not just about the credentialing. Yeah.
And I think that also ties very much into David's keynote yesterday. We have a very important role, and we need to see each other and ourselves in that role. And I think our national networks, who are members in ICED, are really important nodes in this building of this view of ourselves and this professional field that we are in. They can apply, or a number of scholars, academic developers can apply for funding to create schools for doctoral students, programs for doctoral students, for instance, right? So we need to do that. Yeah. We have a new question there, I think. Yeah.
We're going to have one more comment from Donna, and then I think we have another minute for one question. So if people are happy to stay a little longer, that's great. If you need to go, we'll understand.
No problem. I'll try to be brief. It's a great question. What is next? And I think we don't know quite what's next. And so my response to that often is to be more reflective and to start applying some of these models and whatnot and analyzing my own practice to see what I could do to prepare and be reading. And so as a representative of ICED, we've redone our website. We have some online resources. We're continuing to build those out and looking to what our member networks are contributing and pointing out to those things as well. So trying to be a hub for bringing various ideas together to help us figure out some next steps. But also read IJAD, see what people are thinking about what's coming next. That's also a great tool.
All right, thank you very much. In the spirit of this conversation, one of the things I like to remind everyone is one of the hallmarks of a profession is that you define your own terms of the development of future practitioners, and you determine what educational institutions offer in terms of the development protocols, the basis of knowledge. So that's why I think we need to have the informed approach coming forward. Professionalization is also a continuum. So we need not be gatekeepers. We can determine as a community together that we would like to have multiple open pathways of entry into the profession and add a formal education as an optional stream to what's already existing. We determine the value as a community of these various approaches to entry into an ongoing professional development. Yaneth, would you like to close our, yeah.
Yes, Mary, thank you so much. And thank you for this wonderful discussion. I think we should give them a round of applause. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's what we call in Sweden fika, coffee break.
I don't really want to touch many things because everything is kind of prepared, but you can start from there.
Oh, sorry, this is John. This is my husband.
He's motivating you.
Tech support for today.
Oh, okay, then perfect. But I would wait until the technicians come because I don't really want to touch anything of what they had set up. Because you are going to be moving from your slides to some website?
Not for me. No,
No?
nothing.
So it's just a PowerPoint presentation?
Keeping it very simple.
That helps.
It does help.
Then perhaps first we could do
Hello again. Hello. Yeah, how are you? Good to see you too. Yeah. Did you go out last night or you just?
Yeah, we went for a drink.
You went for a drink.
We went to the reception. Oh, because there's a reception and then we went straight for a drink. Had a walk around the city.
Nice.
But do you have it in the USB?
I don't, but I could email it. I could email it to this computer. Would
I
that
can
be?
just go to one because I don't think I have mine here with me. Or yeah.
Oh, yes, that's fine.
That's here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me. Yeah.
We need the technician.
But I don't know which is the address here.
No. Like there's a USB stick there, so.
Exactly. Exactly.
Use that.
Yeah. Yeah, you can use that. At least we can start like this. And the other question, yesterday we were discussing also with David and with Francisca, if you want to have a microphone and walk, or you prefer to stay here. Okay, perfect. Yeah, yeah, that's great. And you have the screen over there. Yeah, that's what they told me, you know, that with a Mac, yeah, that it could be that with a Mac, they are more, I mean, technology is okay here, but they are not very high.
Amsterdam, I think, was probably the last time. Yeah. Session later today and tomorrow.
And how was it?
This morning was perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, it went great. Yeah. I'll leave you do this. I'll catch up with you at some stage later. I'm going to run away immediately at the end because I need to get to the next session. But I'll catch you soon.
That's not USB. That's the.
Oh, the
that's
Logitech.
clicker.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
exactly.
that's the receiver. For the,
I'm just coming really quick.
so we need to get a USB or. To. That's a Mac as well. God. No, sorry. This is a PC. So. Not very helpful that the tech supports. You've got no audio in your PowerPoint, have you? So actually, worst comes to the worst, you can just, it's HDMI out, so it'll put, you can just swap this out for my laptop and it should just work. But you won't, that won't necessarily go to the...
Felix is the technician who can help you out. Ruth was asking if she could use her Mac, but...
The short answer is no. If you want a longer answer, I can keep talking. Okay.
I already prepared her.
Give me 1 second, I will put the slides on the big screen, so you can see it.
We wondered if there was many graduations happening. Is that what it was? Probably. Yeah. It was very, there was lots of women dressed up, but the men weren't. Is it dance? Is it? But yeah, maybe around town, you mean? The streets walking? Just, it felt, there was an event. Nowadays, I feel that for high school graduations, for university graduations, for master graduations, that the women have to really gala their dress, guys. I respect that day because it's a really important day and it becomes more and more so kind of, I don't know, American thing.
It was funny because I took him out to get him a suit and he didn't want to buy new shoes. He said, I'm wearing my sneakers. And he said, the girls, they would have spent quite a lot of money. High heels. Yeah, high heels and then everything. You know, would be...
a lot of money these days, don't you?
So, you know, don't let the side down. You've got, if they're dressed up,
there's,
you've got to, you've got to kind of match it a little bit. But yeah, they, it's amazing what the teachers were doing as well.
So it's quite because there are many buildings from the university all around all town, so
Oh, what was it? What was happening? Oh, right.
Yeah, I cannot tell, but I think this is a period where many graduations. So these technicians are really
Okay, check everything you need to check, any kind of video, sound.
No, I'm keeping it simple.
Okay,
So
better.
See, the main screen's running in 4:3, isn't it? Yeah. So it's all squashed down.
I think it's just
It's not cutting off, it's just squished the asterisk. So squished 16:9 into 4:3.
still read it though.
Yeah, you can read it.
lo que quería era una
Sí, sin problema. Yeah, yes. My house over there, the one with the now, there is like 10 minutes left. Well,
Sí, hola, hey, sí.
is there anyone else talking?
Sí, ahí en el pantalón. No se conecta.
Small head.
Yes.
Yeah, comfortably. Yeah,
Okay.
brilliant. Thank you. And do I need to turn it on or just?
I don't speak English.
Do I need to turn?
Sí,
You,
está
oh,
yo.
fab. Thank you. Yeah, sorted then. Oh, yeah, it's packed. It was, say, yesterday. She said it's streaming in another room as well.
If I could have anyway, I was asking if I could go and sit in under the text.
Yeah, well, that might make me nervous if you're here, John.
Oh, no, that's what I thought.
It's funny when you're playing drums. I don't think it's probably more fun having friends and family there. But
Switch the cable when you
oh yeah, oh yeah.
just put it through you.
Yeah, but it would make, yeah. It's funny, Gil said that. He said that he's not very good at mixing worlds. Mixing, different, he doesn't even like mixing family and friends or, but yeah. Actually, shall I give you my laptop?
Definitely don't need it.
Wow, she's got it, hasn't she? I've emailed it to her.
There's nothing afterwards when you chat to people and people say, oh, and you go, must take your email or whatever, but you can do that on your phone, can't you? You got your phone?
Yeah.
Take notes or anything?
No, I mean, I didn't, no. I do, I remember your face.
We spoke, I'm at the University of Iceland.
Oh,
so we spoke as part of your interviews.
Yes.
Have you got my name tag?
Yes.
I have to get it out.
It's yeah, because you were I think we were at the same session together, one of the workshops yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah, and I was thinking, wow, was it? Yeah, but it was Iceland.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So yeah.
And it's partly that study actually that I'm talking about today. So
Very exciting.
Yeah.
So I've switched positions. I'm now director or dean, however you want to define it, for the whole division of academic affairs. So
Okay.
if you need someone in a higher,
Yes.
yeah,
Oh.
I really hope I can work towards more support.
Fantastic. Because we had the first year of the teaching culture survey, was University of Iceland took part,
Yes.
And that was interesting. It's one thing.
We
Yeah.
were totally broke, like
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
over
Yeah.
broke, but if there's anything I can do, like.
Oh, I see what. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Without.
Oh, no. I was just thinking in terms of that we have that benchmark at the university, and that's quite interesting.
And we have a very the vice rector of education.
Yeah.
He's a psychologist and very data research.
Okay.
oriented.
Yeah.
But finance is always.
Yeah. It does feel like there's a lot happening, though. You know, with the pedagogical academies, and it feels like there is a lot of movement.
It really feels like it's working in Iceland, the pedagogical academy.
Yeah.
And we have been flagged on the list to do a social network study of academic staff.
Yeah.
Do you talk about teaching? Do you talk about who do you talk about teaching with?
Yeah. Yeah.
Lots of
Yeah. Oh well, that'll be. Yeah, I'd be really. Oh yeah, lovely. Thank you. No, I'll be all right.
near the
Great. Yeah. Yeah. Good spot. Bye.
Right, I'll see you after the.
Yeah. Great. Thank you.
Good morning.
Hello.
Hello. I will introduce
Ah.
you, but my doubt is about your surname. Is it Graham?
Oh, I say Graham. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Great. Lovely. See you. And you're from Chile?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Which university?
Andrés Bello.
Oh yeah. Okay. I did a study. Probably.
Catholic University.
Yeah.
Yes, I read.
Oh, okay. So I've visited Chile a lot. I love Chile. I love.
Have you had the opportunity of traveling down south, up north?
Travelled around a little bit to. Gosh, my mind has gone blank. But yes, we did travel around. I loved. I mean, the students. I interviewed quite a lot of students in different universities, and the kind of the level of passion and the extracurricular activities that they were involved with. I loved. I did a number of different kind of bits of work in Chile.
I studied education at the Catholic University.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I gave a talk last week to the University of Chile, online, not on person but online, because they're interested in making changes to their education. So it was quite a low-key presentation, but I think.
What I feel is that many things are moving.
Yeah.
I'm part of the board of the national network for academic development.
Okay.
And we have 40 institutions.
Yeah.
And so we see that things are moving.
Yeah. It is, because I work very closely with Juan Carlos de la Lillera, who was the Dean of Engineering.
Yes. And now I wanted to say hello. Hello.
Hi, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Have 5 minutes with you. That's a bit.
Yeah.
Because we do.
Good morning. Please take a seat. Find your place. There are places upstairs too. There is still room in the Sala Menor where this keynote will be shown, will be projected. Yes? So if you don't find place here, the Sala Menor is an alternative. But I say there's still room upstairs. So if you don't find here, you can go there. All right, we will start. So, yes, thank you. Okay, so I think we are very excited to be here for this second keynote, and in this case, the name is Rewarding University Teaching in Academic careers. And for me, it's a real pleasure to introduce Dr. Ruth Graham. Dr. Graham is an independent higher education consultant who has worked since 2008 with leading universities and organizations worldwide. Actually, we were talking just a few seconds ago about her work in Chile. Her work focuses on driving change in higher education, particularly improving how teaching is valued, rewarded, and supported in academic careers. She has also led major international initiatives, and Dr. Graham's contributions have been recognized internationally. She received an honorary doctorate from Chalmers University of Technology in 2018 and the Leonardo da Vinci Medal from the European Society for Engineering Education in 2020 for her outstanding impact on engineering education. Originally trained as mechanical engineer with a specialization in aeronautical fatigue, she began her academic career working closely with the aerospace industry. In 2002, she joined Imperial College London and later led the Envision project to transform undergraduate engineering education, work that catalyzed her subsequent global efforts to reform university teaching and learning. Let's give a warm welcome to Dr. Graham.
Well, thank you very much for that kind introduction. It's such a pleasure to be here. Yesterday was really a magical day. I think all of the sessions that I attended and the discussions I had were so vibrant. So I'm really delighted to be part of this conference and speaking with you today. And as Robert mentioned, much of my work is focused on supporting change in university education. And for the work that I've done, much of the evidence base is from talking to people. I've done literally thousands of interviews, one-to-one interviews with academics, educational developers, university leaders about change. And when I talk to academics, and these discussions are all one-to-one and anonymized, so completely confidential conversations. When I talk to academics about educational change, I would say 9 times out of 10, they raise the issue of reward systems. They raise the issue of how university teaching is valued within the institution and how it's rewarded and recognized in academic careers, and how that compares between university teaching on one side and research on the other. And that's really why I became interested in reward and recognition as a barrier, really, to educational innovation and change. So about 12 years ago, I started work, as well as the work that I do more broadly in teaching and learning, looking specifically at reward and recognition, and through that, have interviewed a lot of educational developers. I was looking through the program and looking through the faces yesterday. If there are 550 people physically here, I think I've interviewed about 100 of you. So thank you to those 100 people. 1 or 2 of you, I think I've even interviewed more than once. So particular thank you. And I hope for the other 450 at some point we will have a conversation, or you'd be kind enough to agree to be interviewed. But actually, that's where all or the majority of the data has come from, is from communities, from academics, from educational developers, about the reality of making change within their institutions. And this is what I'll be talking about today, rewarding university teaching in academic careers. I'm using this term university teaching as a catch-all term, referring to anything related to teaching and learning at universities. So that includes teaching students, curriculum development, pedagogical research, development of policy, everything that's related to teaching and learning at universities. And I'm going to talk about 4 things today. The first is broadly, does university teaching advance academic careers? Secondly, where does the community look to for best practice? If you're looking across the world at institutions that are really tackling this or are seen to be tackling this effectively, which are those institutions and what are they doing? Thirdly, are reforms having the desired impact in practice? There's one thing to change the policies, there's another to change the practices and cultures within an institution. And then I wanted just to finish off just with some reflection about the role of educational developers. So when looking at the reward of university teaching, and to what extent is it rewarded in academic careers? And this is a model that I would say, talking to academics, to educational developers, to university leaders, I think this is the model at most institutions in terms of how university teaching is currently rewarded. So on the horizontal axis, you've got the university teaching achievement of an individual academic. So you've got that kind of spectrum along the bottom of their contribution or achievement. And on the vertical axis is the reward that they're given in terms of career development, career progression at their institution. And I would say at most institutions, this is the model of how university teaching is rewarded in academic careers. So you've got a lower threshold here, A, and below that threshold, there may be consequences for poor contributions to university teaching. Maybe someone's had very low student evaluation scores, maybe they've had even complaints from students, but below that point, there are often consequences. Maybe they would be denied promotion or asked to remedy the issue and reapply for promotion the following year. At the other end of the spectrum, there's a point B, a threshold for exceptional contributions to teaching and learning. Perhaps it's an individual, maybe on an education-focused track, who's really made exceptional contributions, and maybe that individual will be promoted to a full professorship on the basis of their contributions to university teaching. But between those two thresholds, very often there's no incremental reward for any improvement in contributions to teaching and learning. Maybe it's a little bit unfair to say that that's a flat line. Maybe there's a few small steps up. But I think at most institutions, between those 2 points, there's often very little reward and recognition in terms of your likelihood of being promoted or appointed on the basis of your contributions. And it's interesting when people talk in institutions about, do we adequately reward university teaching? And very often there's a real discrepancy. Some people say, yes, we do, absolutely. And those people are often talking about the cases below A and the cases above B. Yes, we do because we have promoted someone to a full professorship last year. Or yes, we do because I know that we will deny promotion in certain cases. And I think when people say, no, my institution doesn't reward university teaching, they're looking at those points between A and B, which actually 90 or 95% of academics sit at that point. And I just wanted to pause for a second, just for a couple of minutes, just to turn to your neighbour. And to what extent does this model resonate with you at your institution? Do you see this distribution? And if not, what is different at your institution? So we would just pause for a couple of minutes and just talk to your neighbour about, is this what you see at your institution? And if not, what is happening? So apologies. I think if we may just pause you there. I know there's an awful lot of arms being waved and a lot of pointing. So there's obviously some either resonance with this or actually no, what's happening at my institution is completely different. But a lot of animated discussion there, which I'm sure can carry on in a coffee break. But it's this model very much that a lot of institutions are looking at, and there's been a real momentum for change, particularly over the last 10 years, as universities are really starting, certainly not every university, but there is a groundswell of more and more institutions looking really critically at how they can improve how university teaching is rewarded in academic careers. And it's not just individual universities. A lot of countries are working together to drive change. I've just given 4 examples here, but actually there are an awful lot of countries, particularly in Europe, but there's movement in regions outside Europe. I've just given 4 examples of national change here: Netherlands, Malaysia, Norway, Austria. Probably the most significant, I would say, is the Netherlands. The rectors of all the Dutch research universities in the Netherlands signed an agreement to fundamentally change how, in fact, the whole reward and recognition system, not just for university teaching, but in all domains. And that's been a root and branch change. And I've spent time with each institution, and these are all really substantial, profound changes to what is recognized and rewarded and what career paths look like, but also all of the structures that support that. So there's really some very profound change happening at a national level. And so I mentioned for the last 12 years, I've been more involved in looking at reward of university teaching and established Advancing Teaching, which is really a way of bringing together some of the leaders of these change programs to exchange ideas, to exchange difficulties and challenges with the change process, but really as a way to try and help universities navigate change. So as I say, we have these meetings every 1 or 2 years, bringing together change leaders and educational experts. Quite a few people here take part in those meetings. All the resources that we produce are open source, so they're designed to be used by any individual teaching and learning unit, any institution, and they can all be adapted and tailored to each institution. So really one of the kind of guiding principles of what we do as a group is that we're helping the wider community and offering those resources. And I would say a lot of the, reflecting the theme of the conference on agency, a lot of it is focused on agency, that it's one thing to change the policies, but it's an awful lot of it's a different thing to change the practices and cultures. And that's very much what this group and our activities are focused on, is how do you change the practice and the cultures within institutions. And we've also conducted studies that respond to the key challenges that universities are facing when they try to improve or strengthen how university teaching is rewarded. So over that 12-year period, the first question, and really where this got started, was a question of how can progression in university teaching be defined and demonstrated. And that was really responding to this. If you look along this horizontal axis, what are the progressive points? What determines movement along that horizontal axis? We kind of know what it is for research. We may not think it's perfect, but we know what it is. What is it in terms of university teaching that's been being recognized and rewarded? So we worked to develop a framework and identifying 4 levels of that framework and what that would look like. And 15 universities piloted a draft version of the framework, and we sort of developed it iteratively over about 4 years. I won't go into any great detail about what the framework was, but we looked at impact, that progression was based on the individual's impact. And its cumulative impact, and always at the centre of that is impact on students. So at that first level, it's about the individual's impact on students. And then on the second level, it's also about the impact on academic colleagues, collegiality and collaboration. And it was a theme actually that came up in a lot of discussions that I was hearing yesterday. How do you build collaboration and collegiality so that you are delivering and working together, you're mentoring each other and supporting one another? At the third level, it's about institutional leadership, or educational leadership within your institution, and or impact on educational knowledge, so pedagogical research, and a sliding scale. You could be 100% on one side or 100% on the other, or a mixture of the two. But that kind of broader impact beyond your department, beyond your program. And then at the top, impact as a national or global leader in teaching and learning. And obviously sitting behind these are suggestions about the promotion criteria, but also about what evidence could be used to demonstrate that achievement. When submitting a portfolio or whatever it is for promotion or appointment. So that was the career framework for university teaching that we developed over a reasonably long period so that we could really get that, so it worked across different cultures and contexts and disciplines. And it's been adopted in various different ways by many universities, and actually many of the national change programs are also using the framework to guide and support the changes that they're making. But after we completed the framework, another question that came up is, okay, so how can universities best manage the change process? And this study looked at universities that had changed successfully and universities that had tried to change or improve the reward of teaching, but it had been ultimately unsuccessful. And we looked at both of those cases, obviously not naming those institutions where the change was unsuccessful, but to try to understand what are the common features of success, what are the steps that the institutions who successfully made a change, what are the steps that they went through. And as I say, all of these resources are available through the website. The next question, and a lot of people ask this, is where should we look to for best practice? If we want to make a change within our institution, which institutions, which universities worldwide could we learn from, could we speak to? What are the ideas that are really resonating, particularly with the community, which became this global mapping study. And then the final one, or at least the most recent one, is how do we know that the changes in policy that we're making are having an impact in practice? And in order to collect that evidence, we conducted, or we are conducting, surveys of academics at universities that are making changes. And we've had 3 kind of data collection points, 2019, 2022, and then the most recent one was last year at universities making a change to really see, okay, what does it feel like to be an academic within these institutions? And of course, that data is all anonymized, so we hope we're getting a very honest view from those academics. And it's these last 2 studies that I'm going to talk about today. The first is where does the community look to for best practice? And the second will be talking a little bit about the Teaching Cultures Survey. So the first is, as I say, where does the community look to for best practice? It was published in January of last year, and as with many of these studies, drawing on one-to-one interviews with the leaders of change programs. So these are individuals who are leading changes to strengthen the reward of university teaching within their institutions. And quite a number of the people that I interviewed for that study are here as leaders of change. And with that study, the 2 things that I really wanted to do. I wanted to answer that question of where should I look to? If I want to change how university teaching is defined, or if I want to change the promotion criteria, where does the rest of the community think is doing this well, doing this effectively, have had a really thoughtful approach to designing that change, and identifying those examples and kind of shining a light really on that. The other thing I wanted to do, and this is the report, is I think for a lot of people who want to make change, they're talking within their institution, they're talking to their vice president for education or whoever it is, saying, we should be changing our award system. And the response often is, well, why on earth would we do that? That's a very well-intentioned idea, but no one else is doing it. This is a high-risk move. And what I wanted was a report that you could put into someone's hand and say, yes, they are, actually. There are a lot of universities, including very high-profile universities globally, that are making really profound changes. And we aren't alone in wanting to make a change. So that was really, for me, another motivation for putting that together. As I say, interviews with change leaders, focusing on two things. Firstly, what are you doing? What is the practice? What are you trying to address? What are the changes you're making? How are you doing it? And particularly, what are the challenges that you're facing? What are the things that you're finding most difficult to overcome? Because that, I think, that practice, the practice that addresses those challenges, is the most useful. And secondly, where do you look to for best practice? Where globally do you think has taken a thoughtful or effective approach? So I pulled together all of the recommendations that were made, and the 12 institutions that were most often identified by those 130 interviewees are given here. There's quite a global spread, but 7 of the 12 are within Europe. Utrecht University in the Netherlands was I guess in a lot of ways a standout. And I think one of the reasons is that there wasn't just one or two things that people thought they were doing particularly well. There was actually quite a lot of different things that Utrecht was seen to be doing well. So one of the things that I wanted to look at was, these are the top 12, but obviously there were many other institutions that were well regarded. What are they doing? What can we learn from what they're doing? And what is the sort of shared approaches to addressing the key challenges facing universities? So the challenges that were identified by interviewees fell into 4 buckets. There's a challenge about designing and implementing new career pathways. Challenges around how do you evaluate impact? You've got these new pathways, but how does the academic demonstrate that they are meeting those criteria? The third is around support systems, educational development, the structures that are in place to support progression. And the fourth is culture change. How do you drive the culture change? How do you change the values and the underlying cultures within the institution? So I'm just going to tease out 1 or 2 examples of the best practice within each of these 4 buckets. The first was around career pathways, and the challenge was designing career pathways that reward university teaching and foster career diversity, collegiality, and routes to educational leadership. That's a pretty high bar. And when people were identifying best practices, there tended to be 3 types of practice that they identified. The first model is what I would call a blended career pathway. So it's a career pathway where almost all, if not all, academics are on a single pathway, and there's a baseline of competence or that you need to reach in the domains of research, teaching, external impact, and maybe citizenship, something like that. But all academics need to meet a kind of threshold level. But beyond that, they can identify the weighting that they place on different activities. So maybe they place more weight on university teaching, or maybe on research or external impact. But there's a lot of flexibility there in how people design the weighting and focus of their career. And one example of that is Eindhoven University of Technology, one of these Dutch universities that has redesigned their reward and recognition system, and they're using a blended career pathway. A second is an education-focused track, but one where there are genuine routes to educational leadership, where there are robust progression criteria, and crudely, it's not seen as it's not as seen as a second tier, a second tier career route, which can often be such a huge problem with education-focused career pathways. And one of the well-regarded examples of that was at University of British Columbia in Canada. Also, actually, the University of New South Wales in Australia was also very widely cited for their education-focused track. And the third was a pedagogical merit model, which will be familiar to those in Sweden and Norway, but maybe not so much to those outside those countries. This is something that sits alongside but outside formal career pathways. And if you meet a certain threshold, it's a relatively high threshold, but if you meet that threshold in university teaching and your application is successful, you get a permanent increase in salary. And at many of the universities, actually your department also gets an increase in the education budget that they're allocated. So there's an incentive for the individual to join, but also for their department head for them to join at those institutions. But it's a separate pathway. And it was first developed at Lund University in Sweden. Now about more than half of Swedish universities have this pedagogical merit model, and the Norwegian government has actually asked for all Norwegian universities to also have this pedagogical merit model. So those are the three kind of types of good practice that were identified. The second is around evaluating impact, and there were really three elements to that. It's how do you define university teaching, how do you evaluate it, and how do you assess it? So how do you define university teaching? That's what we were trying to do when we developed the career framework for university teaching. But a lot of institutions and a lot of the institutions cited in the study really looked at how can you define progression in university teaching in a way that we can apply not just in the promotion criteria, but actually within educational development, so people can actually see how that progression maps on. Also with annual appraisals, so when they meet with their line manager or the department head every year, they can really track their progression in university teaching. But actually, this is also something that's not just happening at a university level. There's an awful lot of countries that are developing frameworks across the country, shared across institutions. So Ireland is currently developing one through the HEA. Sweden is a little bit more informal, but this definition of pedagogical competence is widely used. Denmark have developed this national framework, and each institution is applying it across many different processes to track that progression. Spain, I know, have recently developed a framework through the REDO group, but there are many, many other countries working. I was speaking to someone yesterday from Portugal. There's a development of a framework in Portugal and many other countries. The advantage of a national framework is that you can share resources, you can share programs, but also in terms of academic mobility. If you're applying for a job in a different university in the same country, it's much easier for you to bring your qualifications with you if that framework is recognized in a different institution. So there's defining, but there's also evaluating. There's a huge amount of work being done on how do you evaluate your achievements or impact in university teaching. So the TVAL program in the US, but many, many others are highly regarded for how they've developed that. But the third one, to me, is the assessment of that. I think that's the single biggest challenge that universities face when they try and improve the reward of university teaching. You can change everything else. You can change the criteria and the systems and the supporting systems, but if the same people are on the promotion committee and they're making the same decisions to promote and appoint the same kinds of people, ultimately nothing changes. And I think changing that promotion committee is one of the most difficult things. You know, very often the vast majority of people on the committee were themselves promoted for their research. They not necessarily have the capacity or the training to assess in a robust way someone's contribution to university teaching. And that really is a huge issue. But there is some really interesting work going on to address it. The decisions that committee makes is often based on the judgment of two groups. One is external referees, and one is the people on this internal committee. And I just wanted to give you a couple of examples of how people are addressing that. One example from Sweden, across Sweden, and I think both people who are leading this program, Katarina Winker and Thomas Olsson, are somewhere here in the audience, but they're training academics across Sweden to be external pedagogical assessors, to assess teaching portfolios at other universities, so that when people are asked to make an assessment of a candidate, they're trained to make an independent and robust assessment of their contribution to university teaching. They've now trained over 300 academics across Sweden to be external pedagogical assessors, and 1/3 of those people also sit on their internal promotion or appointment committee. So that's really also changing internally the decision making. And another example from Eindhoven University of Technology that I mentioned before, they've got a pilot going on at the moment looking at aligning the composition of the promotion committee with the profile of the academic. So if you remember when I mentioned blended career pathways, where you could shape and build your own profile based on your interests and specialisms, that they at Eindhoven, they've got a core group of people who always form the basis of the promotion committee, but the additional people that join them will be expert in the areas in line with the composition of the individual's profile. Now, I think that's a huge change, and an awful lot of universities are looking at what's happening in Eindhoven, because I think if it works in that context, it's got real potential to work elsewhere. So the third bucket of activity is support systems, institutional processes that support continuous educational development for all academic profiles and career stages. Again, a very high bar. There's a lot of different things that go into that, but I just wanted to give you one example of a university that was really well regarded for supporting individual interests and specialisms. It's another Dutch university, Vrije University in the Netherlands. And this is if you can see this is these kind of hexagons is the model that they've developed for their educational development. And if you can see along the center in the dark colors, the university teaching qualification, the senior qualification, and the educational leadership course. Those are all the core qualifications. And then from that, all of the courses that you can do that are linked to that. And they've got this kind of interactive map, I guess, on their website, so you can really explore progression. But they've also got these suggested pathways, allowing people to become specialists in different areas as they develop as a university teacher. So I've just highlighted an example here of what an educational leader is and what they've suggested, the different workshops and programs that could build up to becoming an educational leader. And I think the visuals of this and the ease with which academics can think about how they're developing, and that there isn't just one pathway, there isn't just one type of teacher. Actually, there are different areas of specialism and different interests that you can really work to develop. And then the last, and certainly not the easiest, is culture change. Cross-community cultures that value university teaching, support individual pathways, and foster trust in the system. Not an easy process. But I'm just going to give you one example of a university that was really well regarded for building educational communities. And that's the University of New South Wales and the Education Focus Track. And they've really thought very carefully, very thoughtfully about how do you build the communities of these individuals. Firstly, how do you create connectivity between education-focused academics? Maybe there's only 3 or 4 education-focused academics in each department, and that they may feel quite isolated. And really thinking about how do you develop activities and communities of practice that bring together this institution-wide community. They've also thought about then how do you build communities between the education-focused academics and the wider academic community? And again, really, I think a really thoughtful approach to building and supporting that broader community. But also, how do you connect education-focused academics with the world, with the education-focused global community? And with a lot of schemes, including really focusing on communities like ICETL or the ICETL conference, and bringing those education-focused academics. And I think anyone who's been to those conferences will see a pretty large cohort from the University of New South Wales. But really thinking, how are they building their broader communities and their partnerships with other universities. So that was an example that a lot of people cited in those interviews. So that was where does the community look for best practice? But I think that the big question is, are the reforms having the desired impact in practice? Are these policies that are being changed really changing the experiences and views of academics within those institutions? So we launched the Teaching Cultures Survey with 3 runs, as I say, 2019, 2022 and 2025, capturing that feedback. It's a super short survey, 6 minutes, and actually for a lot of those universities it was a lot quicker to complete. Looking at a few different things, capturing views and experiences of the education environment, the culture and commitment, the trust. Do you trust your institution in practice to really value these things and reward these things? What happens in practice, the role of university teaching in review processes, in promotion processes, and also about how you think your institution is changing and how you'd like it to change. So in the most recent survey, 17 universities took part from 9 countries and 4 continents, so a pretty broad group there. And these are the institutions that took part in 2025. A number of the institutions that I've highlighted in terms of best practice, like Vrije University, University of British Columbia, University of New South Wales, and many others, Utrecht University. So, and what unites these institutions is they've either all made change to strengthen the reward of university teaching, or they're just starting to make change. And in terms of what they're doing, they're all doing at least one of these things, and most people are doing more than one. Establishing new standards for university teaching, redesigning all career pathways, redesigning education pathways, and introducing pedagogical merit models. So all of the participating universities are either doing something systemic and substantial or about to do so. And in terms of the findings, I mean, one of the most, as soon as I got the data through for the 2025 survey, the first thing I wanted to look at is, of the universities, the 12 universities that have taken part across multiple surveys, are they changing? Are the changes that they're making really having an impact? And the answer is yes. And actually, there's only 6 years between the first and the last survey. That's not very long. I remember somebody saying to me that universities change in units of decades and centuries. But actually, in 6 years, yes, these institutions did make a change. There are 5 particular metrics here that I was interested to look at. Whether your institutional leaders, so these are the questions, a sort of paraphrase of some of the questions in the survey. Are your institutional leaders committed to rewarding excellence in university teaching? Is university teaching explored in depth in your most recent annual review? Is teaching important in promotion to full professorships at your university? Are the measures used to assess quality and impact in university teaching, are they robust? And are education-focused roles at your university career limiting? So these are just 5 of the metrics, but 5 interesting ones from the institution. 4 of these improved. Obviously, for the last one, improving would be going down rather than up. So fewer people think that education-focused roles are career-limiting. 4 of these improved. 1 of them didn't improve. Would anybody shout out what you think of those would be least likely to improve? Yep. Any other suggestions? Number 3 is 1. 4 and 5, it's 4. I'm not sure I would have predicted that. I would have thought, 3 and 5. Those are fundamental. Those are about when the rubber hits the road. What's happening in practice? It's interesting. I'm actually doing a follow-up study looking at some of the questions coming out of the survey. I don't know why that hasn't changed. One hypothesis I have is that actually when you start really talking about change and you start talking about the metrics, people realize actually they're not terribly good, are they? That before you start the change, maybe you think, oh, it's fine. We have student evaluation scores, we've got something else, it's probably okay. It's not till you really start thinking about what are you measuring here, what do you care about, that you then think, actually, no, they're not great and we need to do something. So it could be actually, in some ways, a positive sign that hasn't gone up. But it's something that really interested me. But for the others, across the institutions, on average, there was a rise, a statistically significant rise in all of the other of those 4, and a number of the others actually in the survey. So change is possible within years, not decades. I just wanted to touch on what sets apart the strongest performing universities. Because what are the features of those universities that generally had stronger scores in the survey? So this is just one of the questions in the survey. Time spent on university teaching has a positive impact on the career progression of academics at my institution. Very broad question. And we gave people, it's a simple Likert scale, agree, disagree. And overall, 29% agreed and 39% disagreed. But if you actually break that down by institution, there's a lot of difference there. From the top, you've got 20% of people agreeing, right down to 43% of people agreeing. So there's a huge spectrum there. So I was interested, what's happening at those top third institutions? What can we learn about what they're doing that perhaps is different? What's the data telling us about what's happening at those institutions? And there's 4 things I just wanted to highlight that are happening at those institutions that is different. The first is about career stage. There were huge and fascinating differences by career stage. So early career academics would be PhD students and postdocs. Mid-career academics is associate and assistant professors or equivalent, lecturers and senior lecturers. At the higher performing universities, early career academics showed less uncertainty about what happened at their institution. If you ask them, is university teaching important in promotion to full professorships? At those strong universities, the PhDs and postdocs were much less likely to say, I don't know, I'm not sure what happens. They're much more likely to have a positive response. There was a really strong correlation there. Uncertainty went up during COVID, which isn't any great surprise because nobody was on campus to have those conversations. But uncertainty was higher amongst those universities generally where the survey scores were lower. The second is mid-career academics are less likely to be skeptical. A huge theme through the survey was differences by career stage, but that the mid-career academics were consistently the most skeptical group for any questions that related to what happens in practice at your institution. So you can see here that only 22% of mid-career academics, associate and assistant professors, thought that time spent on teaching has a positive impact, compared to almost half of university leaders. So that would be department heads, deans, university presidents and vice presidents. A huge difference. And actually, university leaders consistently were the most positive group about what happens within their institutions. But perhaps not surprisingly. And mid-career academics were the least positive. But actually, one of the things that I found really interesting is I've presented these findings. Obviously, each university's findings are confidential to them, but I've presented each university's findings back to the institution. And I think it's really interesting to speak with the university leaders about these differences at their institution, that the viewpoint from being a department head or a dean or a university president is very different to the viewpoint from within the institution, and actually airing that and hearing that laugh when this data comes up on the screen when I'm presenting that back is actually very valuable, I think, and really seeing what those differences are. But coming back to the stronger institutions, there was still a difference, but that difference, particularly around the mid-career academics, there was much less of that 47% being negative. There was much more sort of common ground, I guess, between the career stages. A third really striking common factor between the strongly performing institutions is that the views of education-focused academics and the views of research and teaching academics were aligned on some really important questions in the survey. But at universities where overall the scores were much lower, there was a huge difference. So on the question of are education-focused roles career limiting, the education-focused academics would be saying, yes, they are. The research and teaching academics would be saying, no, that they're not career limiting. There are opportunities for development. And the difference often between those two groups was huge. But at the strongest performing universities, it was almost identical. It wasn't necessarily all positive, but it was identical. And I think a real sense of that community connectivity. And the last one, I'll just keep an eye on the time. I might just rush through this last one, but there was a really interesting correlation between how people saw their department head and how they saw the university's reward and recognition system more broadly. So people's views of department heads sat at the centre of the data set. And if you believed or reported that your department head was committed to rewarding university teaching, you were much more likely to agree with all sorts of the statements in the survey. Even here, number 4, are the measures used to evaluate university teaching robust? And if you looked across the survey scores, if you wanted a single barometer of how an institution had done in the survey, you looked at this question. If people trusted their department heads, generally, they would report a positive culture. If they didn't, the scores overall were much lower. And you could see this within schools and within departments as well. So those huge differences across a single institution. If you were in a school or a department where people didn't feel that the department head was committed, their perception of what happened at that institution was completely different. And I'll just kind of rush through this a little bit, but this is the question about how committed is your department head. If you put the people, depending on their response, into a different bucket, depending on whether they said their department head was very committed through to not committed at all, and you ask this question about how robust are the sources of evidence, of the people who saw their department head as very committed, more than half of them said that the way that their university measured university teaching, the measures were very or somewhat robust. If you didn't believe that your department head was committed at all, only 11% of those people said that the measures they used across their university were robust. And this was also true this relationship was true for so many questions. So the question about whether education-focused roles are career limiting. If you're at a university in a department where you think your department head is very committed, only just over a third of you would say that education-focused roles are very committed. But where you think that your department head isn't committed at all, 85% say that education-focused roles are career limiting. So this one factor had a huge impact. So just to finish off, I just wanted to obviously, speaking with you, wanted just to touch on the role of educational developers, because educational developers absolutely lie at the heart of the changes. It was amazing how many educational developers are either leading or co-leading the changes that I've been talking about, the vast majority. And they really play a crucial role in translating policy into practice. changing the cultures, changing the support systems, changing the communities of practice. And that is at the heart of the genuine changes that we were seeing through the Teaching Cultures Survey. But that can only happen when other stars are aligning, when those educational developers have leadership support and a real commitment to change from the top, when there is institutional investment, when there's funding for communities of practice, for seed grants, for other kind of activities and support systems, where there's a willingness across the university to work together across disciplines and departments, and where that individual is benefiting from these kinds of global collaborations. Those four things have a huge impact on this, the capacity for change. And a lot of people say to me, okay, if I don't have leadership support and I don't have any extra money, what can I do? And I think the other two pieces of that, the willingness to work, and you're building that willingness to work across departments and the cross-institutional collaborations are two pieces that really can be worked on. And I will just rush over this final slide a little bit, but where these conditions exist, I just wanted to give you a sense of what are the educational developers working on these, across both of these studies, amongst the highly regarded institutions and the universities that did particularly well in the survey. What are the educational developers focusing on and thinking about? There are the shared priorities. Since the survey came out, have focused on trust in department leaders, collegiality and collaboration, these unified standards, looking at annual appraisals. A lot of institutions, after they've made a change, have come back and really looked at how are we supporting academics development during annual appraisals, looking at diversity and flexibility in careers. And then in orange, the things that people are really struggling with and really struggling to improve. Strengthening the experience of mid-career academics, I think, is a real challenge. Improving how university teaching is measured is an ongoing challenge. Protecting academics' time for educational innovation and leadership when they feel overloaded with work. How can I progress my career when I don't have time to invest in the things that I would be rewarded for? And finally, building the capacity of promotion committees to assess university teaching. So that's a whistle-stop tour, just to say the next steps for advancing teaching. I'll be digging into some of those big questions that sit beneath the survey data. And hopefully that study is due to launch in October 2026. And we will have another round of the Teaching Culture Survey in 2 years' time. But thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Graham. Unfortunately, due to the time, we are not going to have time for questions, and we want to give Dr. Graham a small present for her thanking her presentation. Great presentation. Yes. Thank you very much. Yes, and remember that there's a Padlet for the questions. Okay, you can that will be later answered. Sorry. So Dr. Graham will answer those questions on the Padlet. Yes. Thank you very much.
I do it now?
So I
Yes,
suggest,
here.
Oh no, there's a second store.
Yeah, don't look at the just look at us.
That you take a seat because we will introduce and then you will be one at a time. And then we get up and get here or if you prefer sitting here or if you want to kind of be free and stand in the front. No, I think here is good. Yeah. Because then we can also move the slides and have the talking.
Or maybe I have a click. I will search for a click. Yeah, oh, then down there. Yeah.
Nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you. Yeah, we're still waiting for Brianna. Have you seen Brianna? Cormac is online. So he can make it. So he will not talk. We will just talk. No, so it's for us. We are kind of doing an introduction, and then we have 4 presenters who are doing one each, and then we are doing a discussion. So we actually don't need a lot of support. Yeah, I think we need to go with the chair and we just help.
So now I don't see.
You can take a seat as well, and we will introduce, and then we will come up here. No, you can I think we are happy. You can sit down.
Okay, but this doesn't. Okay, it doesn't show, so I need some technical person because it doesn't really go there. So maybe this is not the way it's done. So this is the technical one. Okay. Can we ask you for help?
What?
Yeah, can we ask you, we have a presentation for this symposium,
Yes.
but I understand that it doesn't go there. I just put it in here, but maybe it's the wrong place.
No, don't worry. It's
Okay.
just I have that slide right now.
Ah, okay.
When I go to over there, I will switch to your presentation.
Oh, very kind.
But can we see the notes at the same time?
Yeah, you can.
So,
But
there
are
also
we-
people online listening?
Just listening.
Yes.
They don't participate
No,
in.
they will just listen.
So Cormac won't speak, it's too complex.
If they need to talk too.
No.
So can they just listen a bit? I mean, that way we will. Okay. It's easier that way. Okay, give me 5 minutes. I need to change this. Do you have this presentation but on an panoramic format instead of full? No, you don't know.
I'm afraid not.
Okay, well, give me then 5 minutes so I can like put.
Yeah, reading all your work. Yeah. Are we sitting, Clara? This is it. Yeah,
Since just here.
And I have a clicker here, right? And you and
Yes, it's over there right now.
No, well, I can pick that chair when they present. Yeah, the red one. Oh, yeah.
It's not a touchscreen, sorry.
Maybe you could, let's put that here. Can you just the newest one? Should be.
Okay, sorry.
Well, this
Do you
very
have
last part
some
was
kind of
really
video?
kind of connecting of our sessions.
Yes.
Also about the role of educational factors, the needs to have some
some
enabling
animation
factors.
inside. Yeah.
That doesn't seem like
This is one, I guess.
for us, basically.
Yes.
It appears.
Why don't we? I think it's nicer if people.
Yes.
Can you speak in this? No. How do you switch this on?
My sound partner is not here.
Okay.
It should start in 5 minutes anyway.
Yeah, yeah,
Unless
okay.
She's grabbing a coffee or
I
in the
just wanted
bathroom
to
or
ask people to move a bit forward.
When I go over there, I will turn it on for you.
Okay, that's okay.
I mean, he's here. Rubén, ponte ahora el micro este de atril, porfi. Que te lo enciendas ahora el micro este de atril, que quieren hablar un momentito. Nada, nada, con la calma. Ok.
There's one person up there who is not coming down probably. Yeah. The majority are coming closer. That's nice.
Yes?
Yes.
No. Yes. Are we all in it? Yes, wonderful. Yes. No, I said she can sit down and listen. No. Two more minutes.
Maybe we can start. Hello, everyone. Most welcome to this symposium. My name is Clara Bolander-Laxo, and I also have here
Anna Servati.
And we also have Cormac McGrath online. So now you wonder, why are there 6 people up here when there are only 3 names in the symposium title? Well, that is because this symposium is the result of a special issue in International Journal for Academic Development. And we have 4 of the authors of papers included in the special issue in this panel. And we're going to hear from them their presentations about their papers, and we will discuss how they are interlinked in relation to the special issue. So, to start off, I want to say that often we think perhaps like this. At least I've been thinking many times through my years as academic developer, that if we only had great educational leadership, academic development would flourish and get impact, and there would be so many great things that we could do, and that would improve student learning at our university. But what do we actually mean by educational leadership? So this is a concept that is quite common now in academic development literature, but there is no real shared understanding of what it means. And this was the background to why Anna, myself, and Cormac, who I used to be an editor at ICED, but Anna and Cormac are still, that we wanted to put out a call for a special issue on educational leadership of, for, with, and through academic development. What resulted from a long process, so this is actually the end of a 2-year journey, was that we received 10 papers that are now published in the special issue. And when reading these 10 papers, we tried to see how they made sense of educational leadership in relation to academic development. And this was the basis for how we wrote the editorial. And the editorial then tries to clarify these 4 perspectives of educational leadership of, for, with, and through academic development. Anna, would you like to start introducing, so what do we mean by the first 2?
Yeah, with pleasure. So, first of all, let me thank our presenter very much. I'm very happy. I enjoyed very much this journey with Clara and Cormac and with you all. So I really believe this will be a very nice and thoughtful presentation. So in order to introduce the first 2 models, let me refer 1 second to the previous keynote. And the keynote was ending talking about how academic developers help policy become practice. And we talk about this. So we identify different models that might be more close to help shaping policies towards, some other story about putting policy in practice towards more shaping policies. So there were 2 main issues that we were discussing while doing the editorial. One was the level of agency of academic developers, and this is about agency. All this conference about what is our agency, and therefore what is our agency within the leadership models. And the second level was relational dimension and contextual dimension. So when we talk about leadership of academic development, we refer mainly to top-down formal roles. So we identified
in our work, in literature, in our reflection, what leaders do to manage academic development units, but also what is the positioning of academic development units within the university. And so there is a sort of balance and maybe some sort of tension as well between managerial decision, institutional approaches, and academic development policies. So what is the relation between these? That was the first preposition we use of, intending more managerial approaches. Then we moved to for. So it seems like a very small change, but it isn't, because we will see two papers that, according to our interpretation, might fit this model of for educational leadership for academic development, in which we identify more hands-off approaches, in which we found greater independence from governance structure of academic developers capacity to also drive or contribute to institutional change, so to somehow give a contribution in shaping, as I was saying before, this change, or at least creating conditions for that to be changed. So we are moving slowly towards more distributed approaches. So I will then pass this through Clara once again for the third and the fourth model, and then we will start with our presenters.
Thank you. So the third kind of dimension or approach, or the relationship between educational leadership and academic development, is with. And with the leadership as a team effort is emphasized. And here, what is it that makes it work? Well, it's good conversations, it's honesty about power dynamics, and to trust each other. And some examples of this from the special issue is one paper that looks into a 7-year partnership between an academic developer and educational leader, and where they together are using a distributed leadership approach to bridge the university strategy with what's happening on the floor, so to speak. Another one has to do with a review study where the partnership between academic developers and students is at core for creating conditions for a shared leadership. So the last dimension is through, and here we are moving into leadership which is based on networks, capacity building, and through different programmatic approaches. And here we have Esther's paper, for instance, which is emphasizing participation and how we can, through ambassadorships, create leadership roles throughout a long process of collaboration. And also Indira Day's paper, which explores the role of innovation projects for creating leadership. So with this, to summarize a little bit, the 4 relationships between educational leadership and academic development are described here, but we will get back to them after listening to these 4 presentations, and we will also have a chance to discuss it a little bit. So now first over to Katja from University of Agder in Norway, and then we will straight after her listen to Brianna Bayraktar from George Mason University, United States. And after that we will have a short first discussion, and then we'll listen to Esther Kalman from the University of Sydney, Australia, and Indira Day from Leiden University, Netherlands, and continue our discussion. So please, Katja. Vill du använda den? Annars kan man säkert trycka där. Ja, tack. Kan
Okay. Welcome everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to present. My name is Katja Hakel, and I am a professor of academic development at the University of Agder in Norway. In this paper, I present my study of the role of academic development in higher education mergers. The paper examines 2 Norwegian mergers and discusses how academic development needs were met when universities and university colleges were brought into one organization. In this presentation, I will move quickly through the national context and method and spend most of the time on the findings, discussion, and implications for educational leadership. Norwegian higher education underwent major restructuring from 2016 following a reform agenda called Concentration for Quality. In practice, this meant that large universities merged with smaller university colleges. The 2 cases studied here were asymmetrical. Both universities retained their names and basic structures, while the 4 former colleges were integrated as remote campuses. That asymmetry is important. For the universities, the change was largely an addition. For the colleges, it involved new governance structures, multi-campus operations, and a different relationship between local academic communities and central leadership. My research question was, what were the consequences of the mergers for academic development and leadership needs at the merged university colleges? The study is based on 29 interviews with faculty members, administrative leaders, and academic developers. The interviews were conducted around 4 years after the merger. The findings identify 3 parallel processes. These are not sequential stages, but they are simultaneous, organizational, identity-related, and cultural processes. First, the merger functioned as organizational negotiation. Across informant groups, the phrase, "the system governs," captured the experience that administrative system development dominated the merger. Quality assurance systems, program alignment, documentation, and reporting were the main focus. But they displaced academic development concerns. Participation was formally quite extensive, but often experienced as overloaded, rushed, and of little consequence. Second, the merger functioned as identity negotiation. This was the strongest theme in the coding. Faculty and academic developers at the former colleges described loss of academic authority. Program decisions were overruled, local expertise was undervalued, and main campus systems were implemented as the default. This led to active strategies to reclaim identity, either through lobbying or by continuing local practices under the radar. Third, the merger also created opportunities. Informants valued stronger research environments, new colleagues, larger academic communities, and higher institutional visibility. But these opportunities depended on the colleges being recognized as equal contributors. Informants repeatedly described the new institution not as one unified culture, but as a conglomerate of cultures. The first discussion point is the distinction between organizational integration and cultural integration. In the merger cases, administrative integration clearly happened. New structures, procedures, reporting lines, quality systems, and program alignments were put in place. However, cultural integration was much less visible. This matters because higher education mergers involve multiple identities: institutional identity, disciplinary identity, professional identity, and local campus identity. In academic settings, this is especially consequential because identity is tied to professional authority. When reform is experienced as administrative absorption, faculty may comply formally while losing agency and belonging. The study therefore supports the merger literature that warns against prioritizing managerial alignment while neglecting identity, authority, and shared meaning-making. The implication is that successful merger leadership should not be evaluated only by structural completion. It also needs to ask whether academic communities can recognize themselves in the new organization. The second discussion point concerns the role of the academic developers in these mergers. The AD literature often describes academic developers as liminal actors. We are not fully inside senior management and not fully located within individual departments. This liminality can make AD work vulnerable, but it also gives academic developers a distinctive bridging capacity. We can move horizontally across disciplines and vertically between policy, pedagogy, and academic communities. The academic developers in the mergers, they were well placed to notice how administrative changes affected teaching practices, professional identity, local networks, and trust. The local ADs in particular had contextual knowledge of the former colleges and their academic cultures. Central ADs, meanwhile, were located closer to the main university systems and could potentially have translated between institutional strategy and local pedagogical realities. In these mergers, however, that bridge-building capacity was largely unrealized. Senior leadership did not give central ADs a formal mandate to support the cultural integration of the new institution. Central ADs were excluded from decision-making processes where the meaning and structures of the merged universities were being negotiated. They were also not given additional resources, even though their responsibilities expanded from a single institution to multi-campuses. At the same time, the relationship between central and local ADs was marked by tensions. Local ADs often experienced that central AD units approached them through a superior stance, as if local expertise was something to be replaced rather than combined. Some local qualifications, courses, and portfolios were invalidated, and none of the local ADs interviewed continued in AD roles after the merger. This means that academic development was constrained from both directions. Central AD units lacked mandate, resources, and strategic orientation. Local ADs lacked recognition and legitimacy. One AD described the situation as a lack of direction. It is difficult to know where you are going when you do not know where you are. The implication is that informal influence is insufficient in merger contexts. When cultural and identity disruption is profound, academic development must be visible, legitimized, resourced, and connected to both central strategy and local academic cultures. In my paper, I draw 3 lessons for higher education mergers beyond Norway. First, institutions should recognize academic development as more than on-demand support. ADs should be formally embedded in merger planning, particularly where teaching quality, academic identity, and culture are at stake. Second, central and local ADs should form joint leadership teams from the beginning with shared mandates, co-owned programs, and combined resources. This treats local contextual knowledge as an asset rather than a competition. Third, institutions should treat mergers as cultural work, building cross-campus communities, facilitating dialogue across academic differences, and translating managerial requirements into forms that academic communities can own. I want to end by connecting the paper explicitly to the symposium theme of educational leadership for academic development. In that framing, leadership for academic development concerns how institutional leadership creates the conditions for AD work to contribute meaningfully to institutional change. It can empower academic developers to initiate and drive development work, or it can reduce academic development to an instrument for implementing predefined organizational goals. My study shows a case where educational leadership for academic development was needed, but not sufficiently enacted. The mergers required cultural work, reflecting different institutional cultures, fostering trust, and helping academic communities make sense of a new organization. Academic developers were well positioned for this work because they could connect policy, pedagogy, and local cultures. The central claim is that academic development should be present while the meaning of the new institution is being negotiated, not only after the organizational structures have been decided. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katia. I think that was a very clear snapshot of the movement we are making from leadership of academic development towards more bottom-up relational approaches. So thank you again. So may I ask now Brianna to please join me for the second presentation. Preparing for distributed pedagogical leadership, mentoring identity and readiness during institutional change. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Brianna. I'm delighted to be here with you to share about the research I did on a faculty mentor preparation program. So to give you just very briefly some of the context, I'm at a large public research-intensive university just outside Washington, D.C. The program that we developed and led was an 8-week cohort program that was preparing faculty members to be mentors to other peers in their departments and in their units as we were going through a transition to a new learning management system. So the program had a lot of activities for them. We met a number of times over the 8-week period. We had weekly meetings in addition to individual meetings with the mentors as they were in their sort of preparation phases. They worked in groups, had structured discussions, did a lot of hands-on practice, both with understanding the new learning management system so that they were acquiring the technical expertise, but also a lot of the time was spent on developing them as mentors, as future peer leaders. And so the data we collected over the program included their pre-program applications. It was a competitive process to become one of the faculty mentors. We had reflections that we collected at the midpoint and at the end, and then reflections from myself and my co-facilitators. So in terms of the participants, because we were selecting people to be mentors across the university, we were selecting people for diversity in a number of different ways. We got a good representation across disciplines, across status, although most, over 50% of the participants were what we call term faculty, not tenure track faculty. And we had people who were going to be teaching across a wide variety of modalities. Most of the mentors in the program planned to teach in the first semester of the new learning management system in a number of different modalities. So asynchronous, online, synchronous, and in person, all in the same semester. Some of the things that came out of the research then, in terms of the findings, the mentors really described strong feelings of community building and institutional citizenship. So they came into the program with an interest in being a hub within their smaller units and in building purposeful community, but they were not always certain how to go about doing that. And so one of the things that our participants talked about over the course of the program was really increasing their awareness of how to do this and how to position themselves as someone who was working with us as academic developers to be a hub for this community. The second piece that came up that we were not necessarily anticipating as much, but we were delighted to see, is that they really described strong feelings of this being a period of catalyst for their own pedagogical development, but also for their ability to support their peers in this type of development. So rather than just being a person that their peers would come to for technical expertise, as we all were making the transition to the new learning management system, the faculty mentors really described being a person who started conversations about teaching. So using the opportunities of technical questions to say, yes, you can do that in the LMS, but let's also think about what this means for your teaching. What are the pedagogical implications of the choices that you're making? And so coming into the program, most of the participants described not having the confidence to be able to lead and engage their peers in these conversations. And by the end of the 8-week program, that had really shifted. in terms of their self-perceptions and willingness to be vulnerable and engage in these difficult conversations. So the third finding that came from this study was that participants talked about how being in the program helped them to embrace their own emerging leadership identity and their readiness for change, both to be the change agent and to be making changes in their practice as teachers and their practice as mentors. So a lot of the participants at the beginning said things like, I don't know if I'm ready for this. I didn't really know what I was getting into when I applied for the program. And then by the end, they had a much better sense not only of what they were being asked to do by the institution in this defined faculty mentor role, but also how it would contribute to their own growth as leaders within the institution. So some of the conclusions then, I recognized that it was really important to try to design intentional cohorts. One of the things that came up throughout the reflections and in talking with my co-facilitators is one of the strengths of the program was that it was very firmly scaffolded, and we had clear roles for what we were expecting the mentors to do as participants and then in their future practice as mentors. And we supported them with this ongoing community where they were in smaller groups within the larger mentor cohort, and they had others who were becoming peer leaders to turn to and ask questions of, in addition to myself and the other people in my Center for Teaching and Learning who were involved in the program. One of the sort of tension points was recognizing the labor that goes into this type of distributed peer leadership. So participants asked for things like stipends to support them in their work as mentors. Course releases was a big thing people wanted to have, so being able to get out of one of their teaching responsibilities to dedicate more time to being a peer leader. And having this work count in some way more broadly for their promotion. The third piece was thinking about how to help the mentors really invest in preparation. One of my conclusions was that the preparation time itself was a really critical phase for these faculty members as they were becoming peer leaders. But it was something that we at my institution had not really examined very deeply prior to this program. And I think it's something that needs further investigation. I'd also love to be able to, and this is a future plan, to look at how this type of preparation program has had lasting, or has perhaps not had lasting impacts on the faculty mentors now that we are a little bit past this initial preparation time for them. So in terms of connecting this paper to the theme of the symposium, I think it really shows leadership emerging beyond formal roles. So the mentors, the faculty members in this study were in a very in-between space. They came to the program with some interest in and connections to being a peer leader, but these were typically not very formal relationships. They were known as the go-to person for questions in some ways, but didn't have any formal recognition for some of the work they were already doing, and didn't even know how to name the work they were already doing as sort of a peer leader. And so going through this program helped them to think about themselves as a leader even without more formal recognition. So they were both peers and in this role of it being a change agent during this time. One of the key tensions was that we at my institution tend to rely on faculty members who have higher teaching loads and often less stable status with the institution to be able to step into these peer leader roles. That harkens back to our participant profile of fewer tenure track faculty and more not tenure track faculty who were participants. But what really made the program work, I think, was thinking about peer credibility and those relationships that these members were building with our Center for Teaching and Learning, with the broader institution, but then with the peers they were working with at their department and at their unit level. And the cohort that they were in has continued and continues to be a space for them to do some collective meaning making about what it means for them to be in this in-between peer leadership space. So, thank you.
Thank you both, Katja and Brianna. We were now thinking that it could be time for some reflection on this dimension of educational leadership for academic development. And as Anna presented at the introduction, we can see that there is some tension between leaders, that leaders set the goals for academic development to fulfill organizational needs. Like in Katja's example, there are some, even maybe it could be questioned, and you question whether this is really for academic development, or maybe it's not there yet. So, but it's what you would like to see. So I think your paper clearly outlines a view on educational leadership where we would like to see that leadership takes some kind of responsibility in providing the possibilities and the conditions for academic development to support organizational development. But that was not really taken in your case. So in this way, we can see that sometimes this dimension might be more that leaders actually set the goals for academic development to fulfill the organizational needs, or that they provide the possibilities for academic development to do those kind of activities. Anna, would you like to comment anything on this as well? Not now. Okay, so I think now we will, you can keep your thoughts, and I think later on we will also have some time to talk to somebody sitting beside you, because I'm sure we will have some time for that. So next up, we are going to the examples of Thru and Esther. Yes, please come up. You will present your paper.
Thank you, Clara, and thank you, Anna, for the invitation, and thank you, everyone, for coming this afternoon. So this is work that I've done in collaboration with Lindsay Wheeler at UVA, University of Virginia, and Mary Wright, who is currently, I have the privilege of calling a colleague at the University of Sydney, but this work speaks to work that Mary has done at Brown and her previous institution. And really, we wanted to think about and look at what leadership could look like to our colleagues through our different programs at each of our universities. So our emerging research questions when we looked at this work collaboratively across our three institutions were really what motivates colleagues and faculty or academics, in my world, to engage with informal pedagogical leadership. So spaces they can step into where they can lead or change or direct conversation in their spaces and their disciplines, or more broadly across their universities and institutions. And what are the benefits that they then perceive from having engaged in these programs? And perhaps more interestingly, as we take these motivations and benefits, is where are the gaps for our colleagues? And if we sit in CTLs or academic development units, what can we take away from those gaps that we can then use to inform the ways in which we design some of these programs looking ahead? So, to attempt or address these questions, we looked at each of the three universities separately. And just to give you a little bit of context for each of the different universities, the first one is a program that I've been leading with my colleagues at the University of Sydney, and this is our annual teaching symposium. So we open up the invitation to our colleagues at the university to talk about the innovative practices or changes that they have made in the previous year or previous years, and talk to the university community about that work. So create a space to celebrate innovation. I had conversations with about 19 colleagues who have taken part in one of our symposiums over the last 5 or 6 years. And so some of the comments that they have shared with us through those focus groups inform some of the ways in which we answered those questions for our context at Sydney. Lindsay had conversations with 2 groups of colleagues at UVA, and their context is looking at a year-long program where they invite colleagues from within their disciplines or their departments is the language they use. And these colleagues have led discussions within their disciplines, within their departments, around the ways in which faculty use AI as part of their teaching. So that was their context. And then at Brown, it's even a longer program. So this was a Provost Fellows program, and it's a 3-year program where colleagues are part of informal leadership and mentoring contexts. So Mary had conversations with 12 colleagues in 3 separate focus groups. This is very high level, our methods. We use both deductive and inductive analysis to try and bring out themes that sort of informs the way that we think about both the motivations and the benefits that colleagues see. And the framework we used, thank you to Clara and colleagues, was the Bolander, Laxov and Thompson framework. And so these were the 3 or 4 themes that we were looking for in our coding and analysis. And through conversation, we also recognized that there were perhaps some gaps that colleagues spoke to that we couldn't neatly fit into those 4 categories. And so these are the ones that have emerged. So those are the original deductive coding, and here are our emergent themes. So things that people talk to us about are desire to lead towards change in a particular way, enabling teaching and learning to happen in a better way or more useful way for our students, creating bridges and networks, connecting people across their institutions, and creating spaces where learning can happen. But they also started to think about ways that they could leverage some of these programs for their own professional learning. And maybe towards that extrinsic reward that the keynote was speaking about previously. What does it look like for our career advancements when we engage in these informal leadership roles? And what does visibility look like for us? And is that part of that conversation? Also, we had quite a number of colleagues talk about finding their community. I think we're in a space where I recognize my community around me. And we know that faculty and academics sit in spaces where they often feel isolated. So they were talking about leveraging these informal leadership roles as ways of connecting with others who do similar work with them, who can be their champions and their support in that work. So these are the things that colleagues told us about why they were motivated to engage. So this is the why. Recognizing that we had these conversations after the conclusion of these programs. So looking back, why did you engage in the first place? This has some limitations to the interpretation here, but I think it's still quite useful. Common across all of our contexts, colleagues are looking for ways to enable learning for teachers and students. So core academic development, even though these colleagues wouldn't recognize themselves as academic developers in any like a definitional way. They're also very much looking for opportunities to develop their own professional learning. So looking at ways where they can develop through engaging in these programs, which is interesting because on the one hand, they're saying, we're saying that they're leaders, but they are engaging because they want to develop as well. Different programs, so our 3 contexts also attracted people for different reasons, and so here is the differences. The teaching symposium, perhaps not at all surprisingly, are very much attracting colleagues because they want their work to be visible to others. For the AI ambassadors, they talked about leading change and development towards a specific goal, towards a specific vision, but also creating spaces for their colleagues to do that learning and that work. The fellowship program, again, remembering it was a 3-year program, so it's a longer period of time. We're thinking about leading change and development towards a vision, but also their own career advancement. When we asked them about their benefits, this is what they told us. We didn't get any universal perceived benefits, so there wasn't any overlap across our 3 programs. The teaching symposium, even though colleagues joined to think about ways of making their work visible, what they told us they took away from that was actually ways to connect with others and to be able to professionally develop themselves through that process. So they often talked about things where they got really great ideas from other colleagues that they were able to then take away into their practice. The AI ambassadors talked about enabling learning for teachers and students, and again, building community too. So the very similar to what motivated them to engage. And the Fellows program was basically almost every one of our themes, that if you can see the list. They talked about creating bridges and networks and being able to develop their communities and being able to see progression through their careers. So that was quite interesting for us. So where were the gaps? So what is the difference between why someone's engaging and then what are they actually perceiving as a benefit from the program? For the symposium, they're looking to be connected to extrinsic reward mechanisms, which doesn't necessarily always show up in what they then see as benefits. For the AI ambassadors, they were motivated by leading change, but that didn't always come up. And then we saw that they were not motivated by community building, but that is indeed what they perceived as an outcome from engaging in those programs. For our teaching fellows, strongest alignment between what they perceived as motivations and benefits. So it's interesting to see that over 3 years there was a better match between why colleagues engaged with teaching fellows program and then what they got out of it. Sort of walked away with these ideas or takeaways for our academic development units and CTLs, really thinking about ways that we can serve this group of colleagues if they make the time and effort to step into these informal leadership positions. How do we either set their expectations in a way that when they're motivated to engage, that is indeed what they get out of those programs, or we bring those understandings closer together. So being able to be clear and intentional about what we're inviting people into doing as work and what they then take away from that space. So very briefly, this is the work that we've been working on with Mary and Lindsay, and I look forward to discussing with you further. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Esther. You see that we are moving from, let's say, more formal approaches toward more informal approaches, and the idea is also to move to resonate from what is top-down managerial approaches towards more transformational, relational approaches. So we heard about programs that build leadership in a more distributed level. So thank you very much for this. While we then listen to the last presenter of this session, start maybe thinking, each of us could think about how this 4-level resonates and whether we have experiences in one of this level or even more. They are not mutually exclusive. There might be cases in which we have a little bit of off, a little bit of 4, or we have a combination of them. So may I ask Indira to please come here? So we have the last presentation, which is from our colleague Indira Day, the role of educational innovation projects and academic developers in the development of educational leadership. So the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna. Nice to follow these 3 presenters. Like introduced, my name is Indira Day. I work at Leiden University in the Netherlands, and I did this project together with colleagues from Utrecht University and Eindhoven University of Technology. And actually the rationale behind this project was that we noticed that quite often in formalized leadership programs, these emergent educational leaders are working on some kind of innovative project, but usually these programs are just evaluated as a whole. So they're just saying people develop these skills without looking specifically towards the role of the project. So that's why we decided to delve deeper into that, and we also took into account the role of the academic developers who are facilitators in these programs. So those are our two research questions. So first, what role does designing and implementing an innovation project during an educational leadership program play in participants' learning? And second, what is the role of the academic developers in supporting the learning and autonomy of the participants in these programs? And for this, it went a little out of sync with merging in this presentation. We studied two faculty development programs. So first, at two different universities in the Netherlands. First, the Senior University Teaching Qualification, which is a program aimed at scholarship of teaching and learning and educational design research, and is an introduction in being more of a leader for an educational project and educational change. This program consists of 4 initial plenary sessions where participants learn about how to lead an educational project, and then they work on their individual projects, which are usually at the level of a single course or a module. So for example, one of the participants developed a blended learning version of her course. And in concurrence with them working on the project, there is coaching from the academic developer, and there's also peer meetings where they can discuss with peers who are working on similar projects and give feedback. And these are often demand-driven, so asking when you want feedback instead of planned in advance. And this program lasts approximately 1 year. Then the second program is the Educational Leadership Program, which aims for skills for educational leadership and innovation, but also to expand and develop the network of academics in the university who are more focused on education, educational development, instead of on disciplinary research. This program consists of 8 24-hour meetings away from campus, and also a study trip that is organized by the participants themselves. And they also do their individual project work, but this is more often aimed towards a program or department. So for example, one of the participants worked on developing a work group for equality, diversity and inclusion at her department. And here as well, there is facilitation and mentoring from the ADs and from educational leaders who take up a role as a mentor. And this program lasts about 18 months. So to answer our research questions, we conducted qualitative interviews with 3 program facilitators, 2 of which were ADs, and 1 was an experienced educational leader, because the educational leadership program is always facilitated by a pair of an AD and an experienced educational leader. And we also interviewed 6 program participants, which is about 25% of participants that were in the programs. These were all assistant or associate professors with 10+ years of experience teaching in higher education, and they came from STEM, medicine and health. So like I said, we were mainly interested in delving deeper in specifically the project and the facilitators, but in general, also both these programs led to positive outcomes with regard to leadership. And also, for example, you saw some of the participants, when I interviewed them, they were associate professors, but this was actually because they got promoted after the work they did during the program, or they knew to lobby for promotion because of the work they did during the program. So, with regard to the role of a project, we really saw 2 facets. So on the one hand, the project was a context for experimenting with the things that people learned during the program meetings, so they could immediately apply them in their project. And the other way around, the project was also an avenue that raised questions or good practices that they could then bring back to the meetings and discuss with their peers during the program. And in a way, the project really acted as a boundary object, connecting the context of the FD program and practice. And there are several learning mechanisms of boundary crossing, but the two that are most apparent in our data are coordination, which is helping, where the project helps to bridge the two contexts and connect them by making routinized practices, which of course this project really is. It is existing in both contexts. And it was also a clear avenue of reflection, thinking about why, what am I doing, hearing from the experiences of the peers in the program, seeing their context, and that also influenced the leadership development of these participants. Then, looking at the role of the facilitator, these were supporting the learning and the autonomy of the participants in every step of the process. So they were thinking with them during project design, what is a project that would be suitable for this program, that you can get the most out of it with regard to your individual learning. But also, for example, in program design, what are skills or what is information that you would want to learn, and can we invite experts to the meetings that you want to hear from? And during the process, again, support was mainly demand-driven, so also in this autonomy of the participants, they would ask, hey, I need help, instead of it being planned in advance. And of course, the facilitators brought in a lot of expertise around facilitation, but also around educational leadership. So in general, I would like to say that both the project and the facilitators were mentioned as being instrumental in the learning of the participants. One participant even said, like, my mentor made me see things totally differently, and I really took steps to be more visible in my department. And something that was really apparent in our data, especially in the context of the ELP, is that there is a reciprocal relation between academic development and academic leadership, because the current facilitator, who is an academic leader, is actually a former participant. So she was developed to the program, is now an educational leader, and is developing new educational leaders who are again also making policy around educational leadership within the university. So that was my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Esther and Indira. So now to kind of summarize this dimension of through, what we have been discussing is that there is a different focus from a more kind of micro-level transformation, that you could say that Esther's mentors are engaged in, because they are actually mentoring others and letting others get to know how to use the learning management systems and develop their teaching. And Indira, you are looking into the the educational leadership program and the other program, which is more towards the macro level of transformation, where their innovation projects are perhaps at different levels, I would suspect. So we would like now for you to think a little bit about these different dimensions, and before getting into this discussion, we want to put this up again, and for you to think about, so in your own institutions, what kind of relationships do you see? And we have now received 4 excellent presentations to exemplify how this can be carried out, and also how you can make this visible through studies. But if you now actually turn to your neighbor and take a few minutes to and you can stand up actually if you like, because we've been sitting down for an hour now. So why don't you stand up, talk to a neighbor, and discuss, so how do these relate to your own context? So we will take 5 minutes for that. I felt that now it's time.
It's perfect also because in this very room we would have had like 1-2 questions, very flat conversations.
Yes. Yeah.
So I think it's great. And the presentation were fitting very well.
Yes, yes. I think it worked really well.
We did a good work. Yes.
I think it will be difficult.
I'll go and check.
All right. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for engaging in this initial conversation. So we have more or less half an hour together to continue this reflection. So our idea is that we start with our presenters to comment a little bit of this framework, which was built based on the special issue. And then we have a mic so we can engage you in the conversation further. So we said that we have informal versus formal educational leadership approach. We said that we have more top-down and bottom-up approaches. We said that we have more managerial versus relational, transformational approaches. So there is a lot on the table we can discuss on. So first of all, I would like to ask our four presenters if you could perhaps comment a little bit on each other presentation, provide some insight of what you learn thinking about your own context, your own paper, and the other presentation that you have heard and read in the special issue, so we can start a little bit doing some reflection at this level. And we start with the presenters, and then we will continue all together. So if you have some questions or ideas, please keep them in mind, because we will open very soon the conversation. So please, the floor is yours. Some initial reflections and comments based on this input and what you heard one from another, or what you know from your own context. Who breaks the ice?
Yeah. Good.
Does work.
Thank you. Something that I realized across our four papers is that academic development is often connected to informal leadership, and that you actually form your identity maybe through the academic development. So for Brianna, for example, your mentors, they after a while identified as leaders, right? Whereas, for example, in my case, the ADs, they could have reacted, at least the central ADs, could have reacted in a different way and assumed informal leadership, but they were trying to preserve their identity, which in the cases of the other three papers, they were willing to adjust and change and got motivated by academic development.
And I think one of the things that my participants talked about was they would talk about taking on aspects of being leaders, but if I asked them, which I did not ask them, but if I did ask them, do you see yourself now as an academic developer, as that role, I don't think any of them would say, yes, that's who I am, or that's part of my identity. A peer leader, perhaps, right? A leader in some small way, but they would, and they did this during the program as well, they would make smaller the actual role or impact, thinking that what they did was small and not that important, and it really was very important.
If I can add to that, that certainly resonates with the conversations, particularly with the colleagues who present at symposiums. If you ask them, do you perceive this as a leadership opportunity, that is not the language they use. And also, like something that I picked up across all of our talks is when we have something sort of defined and tangible that brings us together, like a learning management system or a structural change, or supporting colleagues with learning to use AI in a more meaningful way. That allows people to step up and sort of develop expertise around a set of things that I think helps people feel more like they recognize authority and permission to step into that space as leaders. So I think where we can create, and I hate that titles sometimes drives this process, but where we can give people names and titles that allow themselves to see themselves as leaders, that's when we can see people take on that language around leadership.
Yeah, but I also think, I mean, at least in my case, like some of these participants were seeing themselves as leaders, but they were also like running into the fact that they were informal leaders. So one participant had a very great project idea, but he was not equipped to do like managerial things and putting people in the positions to really have his project succeed. So there's also some tension there for people who are taking up a more informal leadership role and probably performing that very well within their department or within their group, but then running up to the boundaries of what is possible being an informal leader. And also I want to react to Katja, what you said, that in your case, the people didn't really feel or take up this leadership role. And I also think we were just discussing briefly in both mine, Brianna, and Esther's cases, these were voluntary things where people signed up for, either with the motivation to advance their career or because they were just interested. One of the participants that I interviewed said, I saw what this did for my colleague's career and I want this as well. So that's quite a different motivation coming into thinking of being a leader than being having a merger thrust upon you and deal with it.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I think also the target group is different in yours because you have the faculty, whereas I was looking at the academic developers. But going back to the first arrow that you had about educational leadership, formulating the organizational goals, or sorry, or providing the basis, the conditions for academic developers to support these goals. If we go back to Ruth Graham, I think that education, the leaders of the organization should encourage and provide this, what do you call it, education-focused reward system, or like motivate them and encourage them to take on these leadership roles, even if it's informal, even if it's just through different programs. But I feel the ADs should have a role in that and to facilitate that. They can move around between leadership and your participants, and they have the opportunity to realize that. And they could have done this even in the merger cases, because that's a huge opportunity when you have to redesign a whole organization and programs and faculty and schools. So it could have been.
Okay, please. Yes, so now we're thinking that perhaps from your discussions there are questions to our presenters. Is there anyone who wants to raise anything? Yes, Katarina.
So thank you very much, all of you, for your insightful presentations and for this framework that you've designed. I'm wondering if you would comment on what you've just brought up. Why is it that people are so hesitant to identify with a leadership role? You can't hear me.
Yeah, please go.
So I'm fascinated by the fact that all of you actually talk about the difficulty or hesitancy for people to identify as a leader.
There
Now
we
it
go.
works.
And whether it's, well, the informal role of the leadership, is that what makes them hesitate? Is it our organization's view of leadership, or the academic culture's view of leadership? Or is it about a difference between educational leadership versus, for instance, research leadership? That's something I would see in my own organization. People would be proud to say, I'm a PI of a research group or a research grant or something. They wouldn't hesitate to take on that leadership role. But why do you think there's this hesitation around educational leadership? I'd be interested to hear your views.
I think that observation resonates very much for me with the faculty at my institution, that they, even if I as someone on the outside would say, you're an example of an excellent teacher, you have things to share, not just about your research, but about your teaching and your work with students that others would benefit from. Almost all of them would say, oh, no, I do my little thing in my own classroom, and they're hesitant to even come to present at our internal conference, which is very low bar, just share informally. And so they don't recognize themselves as experts and that they have expertise in teaching. And so I think it's that lack that leads them to say, how could I be a leader amongst my peers in a teaching area when I don't see myself as an expert teacher? I've learned some little things along the way that I'll share with you sitting next to me, but when it's, can you come up on a broader stage and share more widely, it's, oh no, I don't have that expertise.
Can I add to that? So definitely been thinking about that space around expertise. University of Sydney hired a large group of academics, faculty who sit in education-focused roles, and part of the requirement of those roles is to present work from a scholarship of teaching and learning perspective. So we've got this group of people who have expertise in their disciplines, holding that level of expertise up against the scholarship of teaching and learning expertise that they're perhaps developing. And so when we have things like teaching symposiums and we invite people in to present their work, I think they're hesitant and they're almost unsure, and because often subtle work isn't as black and white perhaps as what people are used to in their disciplines, they're also standing up with their innovation, saying, well, it kind of worked because my students told me these things, but I'm not quite sure because I can't give you a p-value of whatever, and there's no double-blind control. So they keep coming to us to say, is this okay to present? Is this even something that you're happy for us to share? But I think as we keep presenting and we keep encouraging and we keep saying to colleagues, not just at a informal ad hoc level, but structured into our metrics of how we assess promotion criteria and all of those structural things, that actually presenting at a symposium, stepping into roles, is what we expect you as an educational focused leader to show. We see that colleagues are stepping up. Our numbers for people putting in expressions of interest to present their work is just tracking up and up and up. So I think we're kind of changing, but I think too many of the conversations we had, that culture change is just a little bit slow, or it's catching up.
Thank you for your wonderful papers. I'm Anna from Denmark, and I actually have a question for Clara and Anna, and it's about your dimensions.
Yeah.
I really like them, but I also have some thoughts about it, because maybe it's not that leadership through is good and leadership of is bad. So we have to keep that in mind, because what I noticed about some of the cases in these papers are that no leadership is worse. So the balance of that, there is a top management in the university who has some kind of interest in academic development and wants to set a strategic direction, and that there is some middle management who wants to set some goals, but that they don't enter into my machine room to say how I precisely have to do that. So that kind of spectrum is about how deep do we manage on the different levels when we go for, with, and through. So maybe all of them on different levels. Do you want to comment on your thoughts about that?
Yeah. If I can get a start, and then I must say thank you, Annemette, for this thoughtful comment. Yes, as we interpret these 4 levels, they might really coexist. So there might be different snapshots at the same institution and different levels. So the idea of having some top-down policy is not bad. It's actually, we need direction and goals from the governance because they are meant to do that, right? So one of the cases that we heard, it was that really top-down without any sort of involvement. It was only, let's say, directive. So that might be the case in which we have goals and then also we work on more informal level. So I really see those as evolving, but not, maybe we should do a circle rather than a line, with the idea that they may be together, there might be different people doing different things in terms of leadership towards an approach that enables also academic developers to be in the circle and not be outside the circle, so more inclusive, let's say, collaborative approach. So that would be my first answer, and then I pass into Clara.
Yes, thank you, Annemette. I agree that these could very well coexist, but I think, I mean, the basis for why we wanted to do this special issue was very much to identify, so what is it that we are actually talking about? And I think that's important to have in mind that this is perhaps most and foremost possibility to identify what we are talking about when we are talking about educational leadership, that we are not kind of using the same word for all sorts of things, but now we are hoping to contribute with this kind of framework of dimensions to for us to be able to pinpoint a little bit more. This is what we are talking about now. We are talking about leadership of academic development, or we are talking about leadership through academic development. And in that way, we can enable a conversation about what kind of educational leadership is it that we are working with as academic developers right now, and who are the leaders that we need to perhaps partner with if we are doing the leadership with academic development. What possibilities can leadership of academic development enable for us if there is a clear policy that is supporting a development in the direction of the university as well as aligned with the academic development unit. So I don't see them as opposing or good or bad, but really a way for us to be clearer about what we are talking about, and that when we know what we are talking about, we can also strive for something. So, yeah. Thank you.
I can go down, Clara. I go.
Thank you very much to the presenters and to the wonderful framework that you just have offered us. So I would try to have 3 moments in this time that I have. The first is to try to answer Katerina. So I'm an academic, and I have that conversation a lot about my colleagues, about not leadership, but I just want to clearly understand which...
Can you have it closer to your mouth? Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
Works?
It works.
Okay, which is that as an academic, you're mostly considered a leader by the results of your work, not because of what you do. And that's a very critical difference from working in this field being an academic, because you're talking about people that are really into assuming a certain position, a certain role, that has nothing to do with the concept of, for example, setting up a team, working on projects, gaining money, that sort of recognition, it is what an academic associates with the leader. So I would offer that explanation. I think there's like a conflict of visions between us when we see ourselves in the science and ourselves in this process. So that would be my take. About the framework, and following that conversation, I kind of see it as something that is useful, of course, but we must look at it through our institution in a very fluid way. So, for example, I'm thinking that in many circumstances, to achieve some sort of leadership through academic development, you have to start with the leadership of academic development to make it happen. And so I'm saying this whole thing as also like a material, and maybe different pieces along the way are necessary for, say, virtual functioning of the whole thing. And sometimes ourselves, we switch roles more from off to through or for whatever, right? And I think this is still very useful, but of course there's a danger that you get stuck. Is this that or that? And I wouldn't see it that way. So that would be another comment. The third would be that I was really struck mostly with the of course because of also personal experience about the merger story and the informal leadership story. So Katja, I was wondering if what you have done really would be applicable to, I would say, a situation that was not so highly impactful as a mergership, because that's in a way a limit situation. So imagine, for example, that people are often not merging, right? And so you did a study exactly in that, as far as I understood, exactly within that process, and so, which is great, I mean, brilliant, right? But I was a leader of an institution, and I understand that sometimes the layers in the institution and the time you have to make a decision do not allow the consultation that you wanted to have to the people that should be consulted. And so for me, there's a tension. There's a tension here, and I was thinking when I was hearing about the informal paper that how can you combine these two when in processes that are more, let's say, not so highly riskful, like a merger process, and make it like a virtuous sort of combination between what we informal practices and make it work when we have these difficult situations like mergers. Now we have the European alliances. The European alliances are very messy in that, to my knowledge, in that particular regard. So the question I think would be, how can we, what would be the comments between how can we actually combine more, perhaps, the informal side of leadership in situations that are so critical and perhaps demand a really quick and very important.
So, no, it was not entirely clear. So, can you rephrase just...
Okay, so
yeah, sure.
there's the whole issue of participation that we saw in the mergers and the absence of. And then there's a whole virtue of informality that we also heard of. So I was thinking about insights about combining the two in the sense that when we have difficult processes that really demand a really quick, and sometimes there's no time, time can be an excuse, but anyhow, there's no time to do the consultations that perhaps should happen. So is there insights of how we can have more informality in this sort of moments in which you have such difficult decisions, so what you just described does not happen?
Okay, there are several things. I think the leadership could have been there formally, but because of the restructuring of the main university system, there were so many support units popping up that they said, okay, what does make the academic development unit, what does it make more special than the media people or than the IT people? Because we need them all in the merger processes, and they're not all at the vice rector for education's table. okay, their solution is to kick out the academic developers, and that's where they lost their formal leadership mandates. And originally, my research question wasn't about this at all. It was, okay, I was an academic developer at one of the central units, and I moved to one of the satellites to be there when they were progressing over to becoming the university. I just wanted to know, how do you experience having to design new courses? Can I help you with your constructive alignment, pedagogical things? But when I interviewed them, they did not talk about this at all. They were talking about, and these were actually the faculty, the teaching informal leaders that most signed up for pilot projects, that signed up for lobbying to be in all these committees. So they did not want to be like the official leaders, but they wanted to find routes around the new system, and under the name of a pilot, you could do whatever you wanted to, and then put this into work at your department. So you did have all these layers and all these levels. I think that would be not just for the mergers, but for any big reorganization or institutional change, or yeah. But the colleges voluntarily merged with the institutions, with the universities, because they originally had, the one university, they wanted to strengthen the regional collaboration, because they are very spread out into the far country. And the other university, they wanted to strengthen their professional and not just discipline. So it was voluntary in the beginning. It just happened in a different way.
Okay. If I may add to your comments, thank you very much for providing this feedback. In fact, we are talking about complex concepts. And what Clara was saying, that we tried to also provide some sort of conceptual definitions, because we found, even in the submission we received, in the initial phase, we received many, many abstracts. And not always they were about leadership. They were about something happening at the university, but more on managerial level. So there was a sort of mixture. So we tried to identify a few elements that could clarify the field, but I wouldn't interpret this as a framework. I wouldn't call it probably framework, but more prompts for our reflection, because we are not, I think, at the framework yet. We are much earlier than a framework. And coming back to resources and two elements, one thing that emerged is that leaders should create conditions to actually academic leadership at different levels to flourish. So there should be a little bit of off, coming back to what Annemette was saying. So but there should be some sort of indication as such, also to go through leadership, through academic development. So in a way, I see this as a process, as you were saying, not a one-way process. I would rather see it like a process in which we can go back and go up and down in different moments, in different dimensions. Last thing I would like to say, and then I pass to Clara to conclude, because we are almost at the end of this session. Back to the formal and informal. Again, they are not mutually exclusive. So we were describing, colleagues were describing projects in which people sign up, so they had high motivation, they really wanted to do that. This is not always the situation. So we can work in a sort of integration between formal and informal dimension, different levels. So that was one of the take-out message that I want to share. So, Clara.
Well, thank you, and thank you all. I think we should have a new round of applause for our panelists. And I hope that you will now go on to IJAD's website and download the other papers. There were 10. So, and I think they are all very interesting, and I'm sure you will get a lot out of reading them, and perhaps this can be discussions that you can carry on in your own institutions. So thank you all for coming.
learning from that.
Hello? Hello? Good afternoon. Can you hear me now? Yes. Thank you so much. Let's get started. It's 3 o'clock. Swiss time, Spanish time. We should be ready. Well, dear colleagues, it's my pleasure, a great pleasure, to introduce Franziska Zellweger from the Zurich University of Teacher Education in Switzerland. Franziska, she's a leading scholar in academic development and higher education. She studied business education at the University of St. Gallen and completed her doctoral research on the strategic support of faculty in the adoption of e-learning in the States. Throughout her career, she has been particularly interested in the intersection between educational development, organizational change, and teaching and learning in higher education. At Zurich University of Teacher Education, Franziska played a key role in establishing and leading the university's Academic Development Center, and she led that center for 5 years to its expansion and strategic development. She currently co-leads a research group on higher education development, teaching and learning, when I have the privilege to be also involved. Her research focuses on curriculum development, first-year students' transitions, team learning, and lateral leadership. And I have the privilege to work alongside with Franziska and to have been working with her over the past years, and I always have admired her for her ability to combine rigorous scholarship with a deep commitment to people and educational practice. So please join me in giving a big applause, a warm welcome to Franziska.
Thank you very much, Monica. It's such an honor and a privilege to be here. We have been starting to collaborating together, I think it's 20 years ago, and I realized what rich network REDU is and what amazing work you're doing here in Spain. So thank you so much. It's great to be here in Salamanca, also in this kind of historical buildings. In fact, higher education in Switzerland is not having this long tradition, and I very much hope that the context from which I will be report and share experiences will be relevant to you. Now, I try to get to my slides. It's not working? Oh, maybe. Oh, I turned it off, but it's not working.
Un segundo.
So, but actually, isn't that the case in every teaching setting, that you have to start to improvise? So I just want to point you to the Padlet. Actually, I really admire the way the group has put it together, this golden city. There is also a place where you could pose questions, and I also invite you to share a metaphor, actually. We will stop in between, and I will be very happy also to hear from you. So I try to just continue. The title of my talk will be Resourceful Perspectives, Academic Development for Students and Teacher Agency. I really would like to bring it down to the realities of students. So it is really, for students, they're missing. I'm so sorry about that title. I really would like to become very specific and really down to earth, because in the end it's about the students. It's not about the big politics. I think this has been very meaningful, David, what you shared with us. I very much admire the work of Ruth Graham on the institutional level, but in the end it's really about student learning processes, and I really try to touch upon that. But before I start, I not only want to thank Salamanca and the Spanish network and everyone who has contributed to this wonderful conference, but also I would like to give credits to all the people that have been helping to shape the ideas I'm going to present today. I truly believe that in the end, education is a collective effort. We really need to stick together. So I'm grateful for the work of the center I've been part of since 2009. I think we have come a long way. I'm proud of the research group we are just in the process of establishing, and I'm just very grateful for all the collaboration with many partners in my institution, in my national context, and also internationally. And there would be many, many more names to list here. And I will also end with emphasizing the collective in the end. So I structured my presentation in 4 parts. I want to share some of my background and context so that you can see from what angle I approach academic development, but you will also discover my blind spots there. And I'm just very open to learn from you, and the conference so far has been very enriching. I would like to have a short definition of understanding agency. I think it's important to be clear about what we're talking here. Then I will focus on student agency and share some work we've done in transitioning to higher education. And I would like to make a claim for recentering knowledge and focusing on epistemic agency. And then I will move to the more resourceful context to teacher agency. I think we should talk about team learning and how we together shape an environment where students can flourish. And in the end, I will conclude with some reflections what it means for us as academic developers. I will do this from an evidence-based perspective as much as possible, but I also try to be as instrumental as possible. So I'll share some insights on how we work with students and faculty. And I'm here very humble. I know I talk from a very particular context, and I just very much hope it will speak to your context, but I'm very aware of the diversity of environments we are working in. And I'm here just full-hearted, not neutral, but full-hearted, and share what we are doing here. So entering the terrain. And I'm convinced that when we start a conversation or talk to students, it's about bringing in your perspective to the picture. And I just want to ask you to turn left, right, and start to think maybe about this question. So in what situations do you feel lively, at ease, like a fish in the water? You as academic developers, please take a minute to exchange, and when I try to bring you back, please follow me. So go in conversation. So may I invite you to come back again? So this is a resource, it's a German resource, and it's a collection of many check-in questions and check-out questions. If you don't like the question on the website, you just move on. But I really believe that it is important to just connect as human beings before we really enter serious discussions. So maybe you want to check out that source. I will later talk about micro-interventions and how that might be important to change the way we talk and build trust within each other. So just a few words about my context. So I come from Switzerland. I grew up on the countryside in Appenzell. You might know the cheese. This is the village I grew up. I believe that the landscape somehow shapes your thinking and feeling. I now work at Zurich University of Teacher Education. We are located in a new building just next to Zurich main train station. So it's the most frequent train station in Switzerland. Our institution is only 25 years young, so we became tertiarized around 2000, and we have only 4,000 students. We are much smaller than most of your institutions you're working at, around 600 faculty. I work in a very privileged context, but polycrisis, responsibility, questions of neutrality, they really care. We care about these questions as well. I have an 18-year-old son now, the other one is 16. My 18-year-old is now allowed to vote, and we do vote quite often. So we discuss a lot about what it means to be a small country in the whole world and in the power game going on. And I totally agree with you, David, there is no way to be neutral. And education is not neutral. It's about agency, it's about speaking up. When I talk about Swiss education system, I think it's very important to understand I am located at the University of Teacher Education. We do faculty development work also for universities of applied sciences. To understand our context, it's important to look at upper secondary level and how that is structured. So in Switzerland, only 1/3 of students go to high school, grammar school, and get a general education that provides access to research universities. It's 2/3 of our students that go to some sort of vocational education. And this means we have a wide variety of paths when they come to our institutions. And I would like to share that with some living examples. This is a family picture. And I would like to start with my father. He was born in 1940, in midst of the war, and he was a very adventurous in the prosperous times of post-war in Switzerland. He made an apprenticeship. This means a 3- or 4-year education, working in a company, one day at school. He then pursued and became a mechanical engineer at an institution that turned into a University of Applied Science. He had the chance to get to the US and work for 2 years at Boeing in Seattle, so there is a connection as well, and came back and became an entrepreneur. So small, medium enterprises in Switzerland are the backbone of a strong economy. My brother and his son, they went the same path. My brother studied the very same apprenticeship, went to the same institution, and his son is now in the first year of apprenticeship. So there is some path dependence when we talk about agency. My oldest brother and myself, we were privileged to go to high school and then enter university. My oldest brother studied at ETH, and he's an engineer and took over the company of my father. Myself, I went to business school, and I think my habitus from a local, rural Swiss girl didn't quite fit in well in a business school. But when I discovered the path of education, that became very rewarding. And taking agency, being entrepreneurial in what we are doing, I really think that comes from my background in business school as well. So when we talk about transition to universities in the Swiss context, and if we look at University of Applied Science and teacher education, we have a variety of paths to our institutions, apart from all other sorts of different factors that come to biographies of students that we receive. So I would like to now just briefly define what I understand with agency, to then talk about what students experience while transitioning to higher education. And I would like to start with a metaphor we collected in one of our projects. So there is a physiotherapy student saying, "My first semester was like surfing, because depending on the type of wave that came my way, I was able to ride it more or less successfully. The most important thing is not to give up after a bad day, because you never know what the next day will bring. With time comes experience, and you get to know yourself and the best technique better." I was given the advice to have more visualizations on my slides, and I decided not to, because if you have such a metaphor, I guess rich pictures are in your head. So I invite you to really delve into these very complex descriptions. There is emotions there, there is many things there, and I think it's really rich to interpret. So we have here a student, and I think there is a lot of self-efficacy in this metaphor. And self-efficacy is talking about, do students really believe they can succeed at specific tasks? It's a psychological construct, and I guess many of us make the experience that it is really telling when we measure self-efficacy. It's a strong predictor of persistence and performance. But self-efficacy alone does not mean necessarily agency. Students maybe feel competent, but may be constrained by the context. I think you would agree that there is a lot of engagement in the picture, riding waves, falling down, taking the next day, stepping up again. So engagement, student engagement, is talking to the question, how much and in what ways are students involved? It's a very multidimensional construct. We talk about behavioral engagement, just the time and energy that students invest. But there is also this emotional part, how we connect with peers, connect with teachers, but also connect with content, how we raise interest. And there is also just the cognitive part. In the end, we want them to learn and really master content and get deep into this. We have difficulties in really catching this multidimensional construct. How do emotional and cognitive parts really are interrelated? And I think engagement is a strong expression of agency, but not necessarily it is agency. So we have a lot of narratives about it's complying with what the university expects of myself. It's about surviving as well. This text from Cower and Nelson has been quite influential in my thinking, and I don't want to go in all the complexity of this figure. I understood Ella Cow that it should be a heuristic to think about what is happening when students get into university. And what I find really powerful and telling for defining agency is what she calls the educational interface, and really looking at these dynamics between what happens when students interact with their learning environment that is provided by us in study programs. And she's pointing to the importance of self-efficacy, also emotions, aspects of belonging and well-being. And I think it's a framework for student engagement, but I think it's very telling for understanding agency. And I suggest that we understand agency as a capacity to shape responses and courses of action with particular context, to really take conscious decisions, to take position vis-à-vis the environment, the structures that are provided by the university. And we can see in how students speak in their metaphors some typical indicators of agency. So is it more a passive or active positioning? And do they point a picture where they have some room for maneuver? So that said, I would like to invite you to join me in one of our projects where the title was Diversity Engagement. We think we have very diverse students group, and I guess that's also what you face in your institutions. So we wanted to understand what do they experience entering our institutions. So we started out with focus groups in programs from physiotherapy and teacher education. And the focus here is really on programs where they are taught in higher education context for a profession. Then we built a survey on the basis of the results of the focus group. And just as one open question, we had a question, so please describe a metaphor. We didn't intend initially to really dig deeper there, but we were just surprised by the immense creativity and response from the students to that question, and focused on that here. And I will share results about that here. What we did is we really did a deep analysis of 25% of the metaphors and then went into content analysis. And I just would like to say in the beginning, when we look at metaphors, that's not a diagnosis of how students feel on the individual level. And it's not the intention to make a comparison between the programs. But I think what is the strength of this data is the amount of data. So we have 180 metaphors, and if we put that together, I think it speaks to us what students experience when entering higher education. And I also think we should be careful in not over-interpreting it, but I think when we have metaphors, it's a great starting point and it's a good tool to enter conversation with students. I have an example here. When we now start to talk with students about these metaphors, we see that they can define it at ease. It doesn't take a lot of time, they don't do a lot of thinking, but they really produce very valuable material. But when we then start a conversation, they very much jump into just the regular conversation we know how students talk about their studies. So we suggest them and we suggest us to really slow down the process and stick a little bit with the picture. So here I brought the example of a birthday party. I don't know whether a birthday party of young Swiss students is the very same in the global south or wherever you are. I assume it's very different. So these metaphors are very much rooted in the culture of where they are produced. But what this example tells us, if we talk about a birthday party, what a wonderful picture, talking about studying as a birthday party. I mean, you invite the guests by yourself. So it's a lot of agency in that picture. But we know the feeling that we wanted to do too good and talk to everyone. I don't know, maybe that's Monica's feeling at this conference as well. But when we now bring it down to what does this metaphor is really standing for, I think it focuses on being overwhelmed by just a diverse and interesting range of opportunities provided in the studies. And it also tells us something about the high expectations students have when they start studying, or this student has. And being disappointed after half a year, not living up to these expectations. And what I find also very interesting in this case is what she's not talking about. Why wouldn't you invite a friend to help you at the birthday party so that you have more time to just talk to each other? So where is the support? It's somehow a very lonely picture she's drawing here. So this is just as an example, and that could be a procedure you might be following with your students as well. So when we talk about the 180 metaphors a bit more systematically, we ask these questions. So how do they describe the learning environment? So it's very subjective. How do they experience it? And what I would like to spend more time with it, how do they position themselves in that picture? So how do they describe their role and how becomes agency visible in these metaphors? I will be very briefly touching on the main themes students have been addressing. I could talk for hours about the many pictures we received here. But you wouldn't be surprised that many of them are talking about orientation. It's just so much information. It's so overwhelming what they experience. It's also very hard to prioritize. What is important? What is less important? Where shall I focus? So, but in a way, that's something that comes with every transition. Many students, and keep in mind that we asked this question in February and they started in September, so it's not their first impression of studying. They talk about the roller coaster. I don't know how many roller coaster metaphors we got. That may be also a very cultural thing. But the roller coaster stands for the up and down of emotions, the up and down of workload. It's something no one is forced to get into a roller coaster, but once you're in, you're somehow stuck. And sometimes when you get out, you feel sick and you feel excited. So they have been describing that as well. So it is a very long process, and it's very fluctuating. So students are in a state of, they're not at ease from the very beginning. We are worried by the students who really describe their first semester as a tremendous effort. We see many students expressing a struggle, strain, and just not being equipped well to survive in that kind of context. In fact, we would have expected that many would describe the first semester as a challenge. Here we have lots of sports metaphors. In the Swiss context, it's hiking a mountain. I mean, it takes effort. It's somehow manageable, but when you reach the top, you're somewhat proud. So you can see you manage, you get acquainted, you will be there. And we are surprised by how students talk about being surprised, because isn't it an important decision you take to start studying at the university? So you collect information. So how could they be so surprised? But I think it's just hard to envision what studying is like. So it's ranging from being positively, but also very negatively surprised. This is just a very quick glance. I want to dive into facets of agency in the first year experience. And we try to come up with a systematic from very much or a high agency to low agency, but I don't think that it plays out this way. So I decided to just show many different aspects or flavors of agency. I have a slide with a little bit too much information. This is more on the positive side, of the agentic side, and on the next slide we have the less agentic examples. So we have students that say studying is like a new door that opened, although you did not yet know exactly what was waiting behind it, because everything was new, but it was exciting to find your way around and to accept studying as part of the life. Isn't that a nice picture? So it's about discovering, it's about the emotion of curiosity and openness. And on the lower level, regaining strength after initial challenges. So we see that it takes effort, it takes confidence, and if you reach the mountain, or if you learn to swim, then you can be proud. When we talk about less agentic aspects, I want to touch upon the first one, not feeling picked up by the university. So the first semester was like a fresh start because I had to begin everything all over again. Our students may have done an apprenticeship, so they are professionals. They have life experience. They're getting older than they used to be. And when you come to university and get the experience that all the experience you have is not seen and seems not to be important, and you have to restart again, this is frustration. And it creates distance. I also want to point you to the feeling at the mercy of university, how we called it. There is many metaphors, and this is really sad, where they say we are just swept along. And the feeling is very much a feel of powerlessness and loss of control. So, for example, the first semester was confusing at the beginning, and the many learning contents felt like a huge wave that could not be worked through. So a huge wave, I don't know who lives next to the sea, you have better ideas what it means to be stuck in a wave than we as Swiss people. But it seems to be very overwhelming, and we have many of these kind of pictures. So I would like to stop here and ask a question to you. Maybe just think a moment, maybe exchange with your neighbor. That has been the question, just like this in the questionnaire. And what is important is, think about the structure my student's first semester should be like, because. So that created very meaningful data. So if you feel like sharing your metaphors in the Padlet, I would be super happy. So far we have many metaphors from students, but I think it would be very interesting to make the contrast with how you think about it. And I know this won't be solid research data because as you have seen all the student data, your minds are not free. But have a short discussion with your neighbor. So let's continue. May I ask you, who did find a metaphor? I'm happy to see that you like more talking about metaphors than swimming, like a fish. May I just ask, raise hands, who was able to find a metaphor in that short period of time? Who found it difficult? Don't think too long about it. Either you have it or not. It's not something you should enforce to. I would be very happy to hear it, but because of time, I just very much invite you to share it on the Padlet. Something else I would like to touch upon, also from the data from teacher education and physiotherapy, is when we had the discussion in focus groups, believe me, the students in physiotherapy would say, you know, we have great teachers. We have 40 classes of 40 students. It's amazing, it's great. We do a lot of sports together. The student teachers were more like, I have to do these studies to become a teacher. I really like to be in school, but what they do here at the institution is not all that relevant. When we had the survey and when we saw the metaphors, the really difficult metaphors where you could see a lot of stress and burden came from physiotherapy, not so much from teacher education. And we started to think about why could that be? And this is more a hypothesis I would like to share with you. And I have, again, 2 quotes. So a student-teacher's perspective, and I think it's about epistemic orientations. A student teacher could say, yes, well, for me it's sometimes about the connection to, well, what you learn in subject didactics is all well and interesting, but first of all, you can never implement everything. There are too many points, and after just one lesson, you're already behind with the curriculum. So the expectations of students towards faculty is really to demonstrate practical relevance, a model, good teaching. In the best way, they could just copy it to their class. And students expect of themselves that they assess theory, whether it is useful in practice. This is it doesn't pay enough attention to the complexity. It's just a tendency I want to tell you and invite us to be attentive to these epistemic orientations. On the contrary, the physiotherapy student is so much concerned with the sheer amount of content, all the muscles, everything they need to know to become proficient practitioners in the end. So they expect of faculty that they communicate about the subject knowledge, that they provide orientation and help them master the content. And they have very high self-expectations. Although the curriculum is in a very spiral curricular way, they have high expectations in the very first semester, and they feel a lot of burden on that. So I think we really should talk about the epistemics of the different disciplines. And I'm not an expert on epistemic agency, but I think I really would like to suggest that we recenter knowledge here in the discussion as well. At ICED, I haven't seen a lot of talk about disciplinary differences, about what it does to knowledge that AI comes to the picture, but we have been talking a lot about relations, and believe me, I really think belonging is important. Trust is absolutely important. But in the end, when we talk about the purpose of undergraduate higher education, I think we need to provide access to knowledge in the sense that students can see themselves differently and see the world differently to become active contributors to the world, as Paul Ashwin would call it in the manifesto and as Juuso Nieminen has been emphasizing it. So I think epistemic agency refers to the capacity and willingness to take an active and critical role towards knowledge. And it's not just absorbing, it's not just taking the waves that come, but it's really to become and take active decisions and to start creating and take a position. And I think Megan also said in the international panel that we really need to rethink assessment practices. And today it's much more about understanding and absorbing, and I understand, but I think we need to go a step further, in particular when AI comes into the picture. And in the end, it's not so much just about the difference of the epistemic of the discipline, but it's also very much about the implicit things, the implicit practices that go along with knowledge, how we deal with knowledge. So if you go to the curriculum and have a look at the module descriptions from physiotherapy, they have thousands of learning goals. You have to know this, that. So it's very different from teacher education, where learning goals are rather fuzzy still. So they could learn from each other. So I don't go deep there, but I just want to make a point. I think this is really important, that we talk more about the epistemics. So I think there is 3 questions I suggest you to take away. One is really about the authentic assessment practices, and there has been many discussions around here about that, and will be this afternoon still and tomorrow. But I would also suggest that we talk about teaching moves. You know, when I have my students and give them a text to read in advance, so what kind of learning process is this evoking? Would this be a problem if they do a short summary with ChatGPT when they master the core ideas of the text? So I think we really need to talk about serious questions about this very minor and teaching moves we go there. And I also think we really need to have a conversation with students about the purpose of higher education. What is the disciplinary specifics while studying with us? Because many of our programs really support students to go into an interdisciplinary discussion. And we do a lot of work with our faculty to encourage them to talk about what are the expectations towards students, what is their role, and to really have an open conversation with students to come to a contracting they can build trust and a working relationship upon. So now I have talked a lot about student agency, but I think we have big questions at hand, and as I said, I really believe in the collective effort, and I would like to go one step further, but I guess I'm running out of time, but I try my best. So I think if agency of students is fragile, they cannot be supported just by individual encouragement. I think we need to tackle it from a more systematic level. And I have two projects, probably I will just touch upon the first one. This figure is from our research group. We have been thinking about what could academic development research be about, and I think it's much more than just investigating teaching and learning processes. We do a lot of work on curriculum development and center study programs, but of course it's about institutional culture, and Ruth Graham told us that there is so much to learn from cross-institutional collaboration. But we also have different perspectives. There is the student perspective. We now turn to the lecturer perspective. We should also focus on management and, of course, on our own profession as academic developers. So I invite you to follow me on the journey we did in a project. We called it Teams als Lernorte, Teams as Learning Spaces. You will find resources there, but it will be all in German. But thanks, there is AI and it might be easy to translate. So our starting point is that our faculty, we have the expectation that they are proficient academics, but that they also have long-standing expertise in the practice, in the field of their students. That's the core characteristic, and that's how we differentiate ourselves from research universities. So there has been a lot of effort to develop this dual competency profile, and when we started our project, we said, it's just overwhelming. You cannot be a professional in all sorts of things. So it's not just an individual responsibility. We have to tackle it from an institutional perspective. And we also observe the increased significance of teamwork in our institutions. So teams, aren't they the fundamental learning unit in our institutions? So, and one more aspect, learning is not just about those who need to come through the threshold A, as Ruth Graham told us. So learning should continue also for mid-career people. So when you have been in practice 10 years ago, is that still very relevant for today? So we need to keep going. And in the end, it's really a question of team development, team collaboration, team learning. That's how we started the project. When we talk about team learning, we follow this input process output model that De Kuyper put together some years ago, but I think it's still very relevant. And I could ask you the question, who is your team? And then probably you would respond, oh, there is many teams. It's project teams, it's my academic development team, it's many sorts of team constellations. And I will later talk about the importance of how we perceive the tasks. When we talk about outputs, it's about team learning. It's about learning and advancing as a collective. We didn't look so much into the performance of teams. But what is also very interesting is to see what is called here emergent states. We have been talking about trust. So it takes a long time. It takes team learning processes to build trust. It's very fragile. It can be destroyed very easily. But we also talk about psychological safety. We talk about shared mental models. Do we have the same understanding of working routines, of concepts, of many things? But it's also about transactive memory. So I know you have this expertise, you have the other one, so whom to approach and turn to. And then, of course, we have been looking into these team learning processes. There is a lot of sharing going on, not so much co-construction. So if we come together, and the idea is to really build something new and move on. Constructive conflict means that, let's get back to the disciplinary differences. We might have normative differences, values that do not easily go together. It's just the fact of acknowledging that, being in a discussion, not in a personal conflict, but maybe to agree that we disagree. Activity means that, and here we turn really to the power of workplace learning. I think formal academic development courses are important, but why not also focusing much more what's going on in the academic workforce, how people collaborate, what they learn and adopt there. And of course, there we need to take a step back, mainly there where it comes to tensions, to talk about what happened, so reflexivity. Again, when we define team learning, so it's understood as a goal-oriented process. So we understand a team that they have a joint goal, and it involves activities through which team members acquire, share, and combine knowledge with each other. And I will somehow skip the research part and jump fairly straight to what we found is very meaningful to look at. 4 fields of actions, and I will say a few more words about the micro-interventions later. So I think we should have a conversation about what is the task. So when you start up with a research project, then you need different perspectives, you negotiate goals and so on. But when it comes to teaching, is this an innovation task or is it a research task? Are we dependent in our teaching success from our colleagues? Often we observe in our context that maybe teams prepare a course, but in front of the class they're just on their own, and they might stick to what they agreed before, or they might not. But they're not really dependent, interdependent. Maybe there is team teaching, but it takes a lot of resources to do team teaching. So I think we should have a conversation about what is teaching a routine task, year after year, the same course? Or is it an innovation? With every new student group, you have different resources in a classroom, and you all know that when you teach the course with this class, it might be completely different with another group. So how do we think about teaching, and how does team learning play into that goal? We suggested our colleagues many activities to surface knowledge, to really know who is fluent at what and how we could combine and be more knowledgeable and build transactive memory. But they said, no, it's not working this way. No, knowledge management, no, it's difficult. But what we found is that when they together go, let's say, to observe a lesson in a school from different angles, and then they share their observations in this situated activity, they learn so much from each other, and they get to this implicit knowledge, things that are so hard to surface. In our context, heterogeneity is just a positive narrative. Yes, let's have diverse teams, let's come together. But when we start probing and asking how is interdisciplinary, how is heterogeneity playing out in your teams, it becomes really tough. It's time-consuming. It's really hard to establish a common language. And most of all, we really need to work on psychological safety there. And what we also see, even if there is, people think reflection is important, it is so hard to give room to that and step back, because we are in such an efficiency-driven everyday work routine. Maybe here Robert Cord's approach of ex-novation might be very helpful to think, let's do less, let's stop with harmful routines, to really find room for reflection. So we put together a number of micro-interventions, because when we asked our faculty, so what can we do? They said, oh yes, team learning is important. Let's do something that is time efficient. Let's do something that is fun. And most of all, it needs to be effective. So that was really challenging. So we came up with the idea of micro-interventions. And we have not innovated a lot. I have seen so many approaches in the symposium. That's what you do very well. So it's minor, small things where you could just invite people to reflect, and we make the experience that might alter the game. So if you start a team meeting with a question with the fish, maybe there is better questions. Or if you end, that really changes the discussion. there. So this is just one example. We have there a compilation of such interventions. It's in German. But what I would like to share, what have been our experiences with these micro-interventions. We think they have a great preventive potential. So we see that if people do these things and if they manage to establish this as a routine, this is really helpful. And we also say, and here is the agentic part, this is not something team leadership or leadership needs to initiate. This is something everyone amongst us, every team leader, every doctoral student, every student can initiate. But it takes some courage. You saw the micro-intervention. When I invite you, so now let's sit together and let's just give some positive feedback. Now let's invest 10 minutes. What would the others say? It causes some unease. But what we sense is if people take the step, they are so surprised by what they can achieve with these very small things. But what we also see, if we say, please, academics and teacher educators are the worst, please follow this procedure. Yes, they have a lot of autonomy, they just do it the way they do it. But I think it's important with these structured interventions to follow the structure. I mean, it's agile methods. You might be familiar with that set of thinking. It's not about spending so much time. It's about time and efficiency, but also the structures, they give safety, clear roles, clear steps, so you do not have to negotiate the tasks. So this is something we struggle with. And of course, micro-interventions won't change the world. We have seen what Ruth Graham suggested, what is needed to change the incentive scheme in our institutions. Organizational anchoring really matters. So you might think of what you would like to thank your team maybe for today. As time is running, please think of it. I really would like to close down my reflection with some reflections on academic development. So I tried to walk through these 4 parts. I would like to make a point that agency is more than just being engaged. Being agentic means shaping your own life. In German, I would say, I take the life in my own hands. ChatGPT tells me that maybe in the English that means to put your life at risk. That's not what I mean. But, really take decisions, take steps about where you go, where you don't go. I think that is the core idea of agency. And the university is a resourceful context. And these are words from Jacob. You had this ease, you had other terms, but I thought that's really telling. So let's embrace, engage, let's empower students. I would like to make a point and say that language is a powerful means. Let's get into a conversation with students. Let's be attentive of the pictures and the work and the metaphor we use. It's in everyday language. You speak in metaphors. Be attentive. And I think that can be a language where we all understand when we share a common culture. It's not about a disciplinary jargon. It's really about life. Let's recenter knowledge. And agentic teacher collectives are important for student agency. So I think team learning could be one step to strengthen the collective. And us, as the academic developers, now I was looking for some pictures toward the end. And I just want to say a few words about my own journey. When I was working for my PhD in the US-American context in Boston, I understood if teachers are not interested in teaching, or if faculty are not interested in teaching, that's not because of me, but that's because of the incentive schemes. So I started to understand it as a game where I just tried to bring my foot into the door. Often it was technology that was opening the door, so I started to think about it like a game. Later on, when I was the head of such a center, it was more like I'm at service of faculty of the institution. I set the table and I try to create an environment where faculty can have meaningful, significant conversations. And I think that's still what we do. But by getting older, I also understand that I can take topic leadership. I can say, I think this is important. I've been in this institution for almost 15 years. I have a standing. I'm there longer than many other people are. So that's my final slide. I made a very blunt ChatGPT prompt and asked about the metaphorical language in ICED for the past 10 years. And you're very familiar with this metaphorical language. I'm a bridge builder. I'm a translator. Yes, I really think that we try to mirror what's going on. We are observing, and we try to let 1,000 flowers bloom. So I believe agency is relational, facilitative, and it's reflexive. But I would like to suggest an extension towards more participative form of agency in shaping meaning, practice, and change. We do not just set the table. Why don't we also sit at the table? We have a lot of literature about partnership with students. I think we should understand ourselves as partners of faculty, partners of leadership. We could co-author. We can be a professional voice, a critical friend, a team member, a team leader. I'm not so sure whether I would like to suggest that we alter practice, but I think we should alter also the language, our inner language, and just be courageous, be agentic, and in stepping up. When we now face budget cuts, we really need to make people aware of the competence we have. So this is an encouragement to really step up and show your competence. I'm so impressed by the work you're showing here, and I just very much hope that this has been meaningful. So I stop here. Thank you very much. I was hoping to finish earlier so that there is room for questions, but I don't think there is. Please share your metaphors. Danke vielmals, Monika. Thank you so much. Have a nice afternoon. Thank you so much.